Ring that bell.
Ring the bell.
Ring it. What's up, chat? How we doing? Wolf Trading live stream all day for free, brought to you by Leverage Shares. Welcome in. Still a bull market. I don't know if I need to say that again. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. What's up, Will? Rizzo?
What's up? Good morning.
Come on down like 40 points for me, Will.
Yeah. You gonna try and get long? 'Cause that's what I'm thinking.
I was short like 9/10s. I didn't trim any. Freaking greed in it.
I do think it's interesting that yesterday, all day long, I said if we just come down to 780, I'll get long. Of course, it did it right at the open when I wasn't around. And that was the low of the night. Dang it.
Yeah. Not a big bounce off that 580.
Do you have a slight gap fill to the downside here? Right into the NFP.
Russell, I think, is new highs, by the way.
Russell, new all-time highs?
Yeah. Small caps.
And new.
Oil off 2 3/4 and yields coming off quite a bit.
That's the bigger one.
Yep. 30-year down quite a bit, and the 2-year across the board.
Where's all the people that said inflation was going to be a problem? I'm not seeing it.
Sure.
I'm
Not based
I'm
on
not seeing it.
Not based on the month-over-month prints.
Question though is, will buyers actually do something on ES above these 80s? Is today the day? I was looking for like 850 flat for a trim, but I guess we came down to VWAP and held.
Yeah, NVIDIA up. I did buy some. I did do that trade. I got into Meta at 579.70.
If this is like the fourth shot at 30K, I think it goes through.
I'd say so.
I was hoping they would come down and at least fill the gap there.
I think they want to go
Buyer
up.
said, no, let's go higher. Bookmap is all the way to 30,190. Intermediately, it is all the way to 30K right here.
I got a couple more fills up here. Gotta stop at 60.
I got long down there. 880.
That is a very high opening tick. Good eye on that.
Take it out of this one.
Opening tick at like 800 something. That's like the highest one we've seen.
Oops. Oh, wrong button.
And there goes my stop. All right. Well, guess I got to be a buyer up against these levels.
Going back to 30,000,175. And I think you can
It's
tag it
just
there.
straight up. I don't know. I mean, yes, it's going to get there quick, but so this looks like it's going straight through. The book map's not even blinking here. Look at this guy all the way up here.
Like ES is now clearing 96, which we've been kind of stuck at.
Netflix is going up because Bill Ackman bought it again.
He's doing a pairs trade, Herbalife and Netflix. I'm kidding.
Herbalife. Let me sell you some Amway.
I'm going to trim my first batch here on NQ right here.
If we don't get a pullback, I will not be getting in.
There you
Here
go.
it is. Look at this. Look what. Like I said, it's just straight through.
Call that the Ripper print right there.
Look at this daily.
I know, it just looks like a bull flag that wants to break.
Drop accounts on my hedge, but
here you can probably 070s maybe.
Can't we get a pullback?
Yeah, at 070s. That high. Wednesday, August 5th. Did you get up there?
Well, I wish I was long from
880 like I was?
780, like I said last night.
Oh, 780, yeah.
I wanted 780. I should have just left the order there whenever I left the house.
Oh no, what did I just do? I'm gonna try and fade this 070. I'll flip it. I got runners on and I'll flip it there for maybe a little 50 point scalp to the back down. Maybe to 30 or 29,980.
QQQ should be 730.
Like an 80-point pullback here would be nice.
Yeah, any pullback to try to get in.
You're funny.
It's glitching.
Come on, shoot it up there.
Whoever made this channel, why did you make it a year ago? You only have 5K subs. Like,
Yeah, stop roasting the stream, dude. What are you doing?
Roast it.
Hey, listen here.
I'm gonna roast you.
Are you wearing a pink shirt, girl?
Hey, come on, your shirt's pink.
No, it's red. It's coral.
It's coral. That's what they call
I
it.
don't know.
Oh, coral.
Kind of like reddish coral. I don't know.
I'll elbow you in the neck, kid.
Come on, fly us up there. I'm gonna elbow him in the neck too.
Low key, that was a pretty good little roasty head. I respect it.
It comes in.
He's coming in hot.
You see
Why
what
did you start a year ago?
he's got. I wonder if I could show you this. Hold on. Here's what he's got going on over here.
Or not.
He's watching. Oh, he was watching the stream over on this TV.
Oh, you had the stream on the TV?
He had the stream on there.
Back to Minecraft.
Yeah, back to Minecraft. Somebody messaged me in Discord like, "You play Minecraft?" I'm like, "No, it's just for my computer. My kids are playing it."
Oh, and like on Discord, it says.
Yeah, it says like playing Minecraft on the on my username. You know, it's funny.
So why are just random people asking you if you play Minecraft? It's like the stupidest way to ask.
Yeah, you're right.
Just do it like. Just do it like you just.
Come on, get us up there.
Oh. He's still. Let's get a sentence out there, kid.
Yeah, he's roasting me on Minecraft.
Put it together.
You want a juice
Those
box?
words. Hey, juice box.
You want a juice box? I'll splash it right.
I'm over this. Come on, fly us up there a little more.
Hey, what do? Do you just chase this somewhere?
No, I think you try to. I'm gonna try and short 070s for a little scalp against these highs over here.
If this wasn't the fourth shot at this, I would too. I just had this like
Yeah,
gut
you're probably
feeling.
right. Honestly, that we just blazed through it.
I've been that guy that's gotten run over on that trade many times.
I do think we run, but we just ran a bunch right off the open. So I think you could like back off, consolidate, maybe come back to 30K, like 70 points down. I think we go higher, but I wonder if you can get a little 50-point scalp out of it, a little quick reaction. Because you got two 1 hour 073 and 06250 resistance points. And then on the cash index, you got an hourly at 946. Yeah, it probably does rip through it though.
So I'm saying, like, I almost just want to just buy here.
Just buy here. I mean, if it doesn't get through there first and it comes back down to like 980s or something, I'd probably get long there. Or re-long, or add back, I should say.
If it doesn't pull back to like 950 at least, I might have to wait till above 050 to get long.
And its book map's just like send it to 190. It feels super aggressive, but I think if I want to get long and gray here.
Yeah.
NVIDIA did have a little ugly 5-minute right here.
There's that trade on Meta. It's an $8-9 trade off that 580.
We just try it right here. Is that too aggressive?
I mean, if you start small and then add on the way in,
Just
down to probably 50s.
Just do like Rizzo and just buy one like every 10 every 10 points down here.
Yeah.
I feel like when I decide to do that though, like just becomes a day where
You're
I
fighting.
like fails and then like it just becomes
Yeah, I think you're just trying to trade from behind.
daily. Just becomes the ugliest red day.
I just don't see a lot of downside catalysts.
I'm just saying, like, if you zoom out and look left, this
looks like a breakout.
higher lows into the same high 4 times. I mean, look at this. There's an immediate 40 points off of that back test.
Yep.
This is probably the hardest I've ever had to
sit.
There. No, I mean, I just longed that, but it didn't feel good.
No.
No, I don't feel good about it. I feel a little dirty.
Is there any news on oil? Or was that just selling off for no
What
news?
about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
All right, here's your trim spot if you get long. There's 75 points. Plug map showing a little bit of liquidity here at 100. And then I'm telling you, it's like what, 190?
Yeah.
189? 190? I'm long at 06, so this is an 80-point trade already. I feel like this is a Rizzo bread and butter trade. I don't know what he's doing over there.
Yeah, if I got long like 850s.
No, like right there. Like this is the type that you chase normally, and I'm like, are you chasing this? So I had to try it.
Not off the open.
I've seen you do it. I just did it for 100 points. This does not feel good.
Yeah, if I'm being aggressive, yeah.
Well, I'm out half here. This is dumb. I do want to say shout out to McGuire for seeing that opening tick where it was. That was another like key for me. They're throwing liquidity up even higher.
Yeah, they're gonna get everybody to chase it.
Good Lord. Oh my God. And this is why I'm saying, like, anybody that tried to fade this is just getting wrecked. You have 3-4 days of people that are short against 30K that are just getting ran. Where do I even trim again?
I don't know if you do. Just, I mean, there's a lot of clear skies, potentially.
There's no way we're going to like 300, right?
I mean, they just drill it through here, maybe. I know, that's what I looked at. I just looked at what's the next spot, 300. I mean, I think at some point now we're going to, 580, 600. Maybe not today, but it's probably the next spot.
All right, I just trimmed one more right here because QQQ is at 730, which was the next daily spot I had. And then SPX probably has 9 more points of room or so to get up here to the Big Gamma area. 7,800, 7,815 is also lit up a little bit today. We are now almost 1,000 points above where Lord of Wall Street said we were going.
Bro, we couldn't do this yesterday. Like,
Yeah, ES to probably 8 points, 78.21. That's probably your that's your spot.
Oh, it's a pivot point's what they're targeting up here on the book map. I have like 265 and 300. So now that I took my trims, my cost basis is at 29,999. What a long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if 190s. That's like not. Yeah, maybe.
It's just because it's a pivot point.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Maybe 220, and then, I mean, honestly, like 600 kind of looks like a clear skies to some degree.
And look at all these daily highs that we just ran from even back here. It is 300. It's 265, 300, 260.
Yep. Yeah, you got yields coming off quite a bit, and oil soft. I'm surprised gold's as soft as it is, but
The only reason I long this is because what I was telling. I've been ran over by this type of trade trying to fade it before. I was like, why don't I just jump on the old caboose here and just.
So there's a wick on Thursday, July 2nd high in the cash 30,044, and then you got another one at 30,084 to the left. I don't know if they're really any significance, but just looking at.
Probably wants to run both of these, right? And then.
Yeah.
Let's see, what's this? 081? Is that 50 points higher?
I mean, the NDX to like 330. There's really not much here.
And yeah, the trend line would be 200 points more.
Oh, what do you got sector-wise? Staples are rallying quite a bit, which is kind of odd. Staples, banks are a little softer, but obviously semis and tech.
But that is also a good call. We have an FP up here, Grambo. SPY obviously is clear skies. SPY all-time high yet?
SPY is right at the high.
New all-time high.
Yep. The previous was 80. I mean, you're right there.
To like at least 080.
Yeah, just send a SPX another 7 points.
Yep. 78.20. Yeah, Meta's getting a big pump.
I haven't even looked at individual names yet. I was just trying to jump in on this breakout. I hate playing breakouts, but...
Yeah, but when momentum's rolling, you just kind of get in and ride the train, you know? I got a Q's call spread that expires tomorrow about the 717, 727, so that is deep in the money.
Broadcom, AMD... SMH is at the 50-day. It's funny, I only like got long in this because I've been on the other side of this and ran over too many times in my career.
Yep. I definitely, if you're long ES, you can trim at 78.20. I think would be a good spot after this first push. Come on, run it up there.
I got my bids in the 050s and 080 area. Just waiting.
Well, you're going to be that round number of 7,800 on SPX, about 6 more points. So I'm sure they're going to target that. Selling materials, selling energy, selling industrials.
Good Lord. This is another part of why I went ahead and longed it. What Bookcase is saying right here is that if I was like, if I don't take the risk reward to get long, I'm going to be sitting here watching this for 2.5, 3 hours, maybe all day. Look at ES SPX not even slowing down.
It's going to go right to 7,800.
Yeah, and if it pushes higher now, the second half of the day just rotates in like a freaking 100-point range.
Yep. Get up there. Go.
I don't know. What if we have like a 2% up day? Where does that take us if we do? Let me see. Oh, 1.5% up goes exactly to 300 fib extension. Is that a coincidence?
Here's kind of the first spot. 18 and a quarter. Maybe they run it up to
3 more points, 4 more points.
Yep.
So I'm just watching SPX is 3 points away.
Yes, 7,800. Come on, rip it up there.
I just started buying like all the way down from like 30 all the way down to right at like 96. Book map, there's 157 orders sitting at that spot I've been telling you, right at the pivot point, 187. There's 87 more sitting at 200. There's 83 sitting at 212. I just took my trim for 180 points. It's going to be a good day, Tater. And I think I'm fighting off a head cold or something. I don't know.
Here's your 190s inbound.
I'm just down to runners now. Scale and trail.
Yeah, here's your spot on ES. You're just gonna tag. I mean, they got it. They hit it 7,800 spot 12. So there's your round whole number. See if we get a little rejection off this in ES.
What a snipe. NVIDIA not participating.
Come on, just pull it back to 80.
Got it. To Amazon. You know what's funny? Will, I bought Netflix, a little bit of Netflix yesterday.
Yeah, I bought some more yesterday as well.
That's just convenient timing.
Yes, I bought some leaps on it.
Let's see what the old portfolio is doing today.
Crude is down quite a bit.
Cisco's probably the only thing hurting me. Nebius is up another 10%.
Yeah, Nebius is cruising.
God. I also have some ENS. It's a stock talk name. It's up 9%.
This bond rally is, dang, they're just relentless.
Join this offer up here. Keep it small. I'm shorting 180. I filled 182s. Risk like up to 220. Yeah, I had nothing else to do.
What are you watching, kid? Whatever it is, it's funny. And a pullback in sight. Come on down.
Did you get there on... Oh, you did. SPY 779 is the next. There's not much above that. That's looks like the spot. 779. QQQ is beyond everything. And you're hanging out right at 7,800 on SPX. I hope this thing goes straight through.
Sure looks like it is.
NVIDIA just caught a bid. I've been on the other side of this so many times.
Yeah. Look at the Russell cruising too. Trying to see where any of these names are going to stop, if at all.
Oh, you're in extension territory. New highs. Here comes that 150 lot. See what this guy does. Oh, they went a tick away from him.
They ran to him and scared him a bit. Dude, I'm long RKT like a lot. So I like that one. We get these lower rates, I think can be a absolute monster.
That's probably my favorite one in that space. They acquired Redfin or somebody else too, like a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, that thing is up 6.5%, but these, if we get anything where rates cool, it's built a nice base for the last like 6 months, around 14. That thing could easily go back to $20.
The only thing that I'm upset about is not being long from 780, like I said last night. And this line set on my chart all day yesterday. I even drew this box of where I was going to start longing. And just extend the box over right here. One tick above. One tick. Not good enough, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely probably area you could trim on SPX at the 7,800 area if you were long.
This is the thing. This is a trim spot. If you want to try to scalp a short, maybe on Qs,
yeah. I mean, ES had that prior high at 2025. I mean, I don't know if it gets rejected off there or not, but
there's just still so much liquidity above us
on the book map.
But the interesting thing is when we were still at whatever, heading towards 30K, I just zoomed out on this book map, and that's all I saw was
all that above us.
Right here, this band was just sitting here. It was the only thing up here originally.
190s.
This is 190, right where we just paused at. And it just beelined right there.
Let's see what the weather forecast is today. Check that real quick.
Dude, I was talking to my parents last night. Just like, it was like 7 p.m. It was still like 90 degrees outside. Good God.
Dude, look at this radar. Oh, no.
Again?
Not again.
No way.
Dude, this is nuts. Hold on. Check this out real quick, just for a second. What do you think of this?
Hold on, let me throw it up. Why does it look like a hurricane is on Iowa?
What is happening here? Like, dude, this is going to come crush us again. It's crazy. Here we go. Round 3 this week.
What?
We're going to get smoked later today. Anyways, back to the futures. Yeah, good knowing, man. Probably gonna rip my roof off this time.
What a morning. Do we just pack it up after this?
Yeah, just say see you later.
Guys, I'm going to the bar. They're just doing IRL stream from
That's
the
what
bar.
I said. Like when I first came in, I'm like, man, you got rates coming in, oil's off. I'm like,
it was everything.
Everything kind of looked good. I'm like, I just think so. I got long at 880.
Everything looked strong this morning. It was, and like, I mean, I looked at the daily, I looked at everything, and I just said, how? Like, even if you like in Q, and I literally talked about this exact setup yesterday. I said, look, you have a high, really, you have multiple ones. You had high wicks, but you came all the way up, you came back down, you took another shot at it, you came down less, took another shot at it, came down less. I mean, it's basics. Very basics.
Yeah, I'm happy with this Russell long. I'm short some IWM puts as well. The 295s.
Oh. There it is. 1,000 points above Lord of Wall Street's target.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut this for a 20-point loss.
All right. Well, Rizzo, this isn't for you. This is for the Bears. Show some respect, please.
That's right. Dude, we might be going to 300s. Look at the 30-year now. Holy smokes. Drilling. 518 now. You got bonds rallying across the board, the entire curve.
Present arms.
Is there still no news on oil? Oil? It's just down 4% because.
Oh. Did you say something about oil?
I'm actually surprised gold is weak as it is with rates being down.
Everything some days just everything goes in your favor.
It's just, they haven't had a pullback at all. Zoom out a little. I don't know. I mean, like 290s is probably 270 to 300. That could be the target. Probably could be a little extended short term. Your 5 minute, you kind of got divergent high here, but might give us an opportunity to get maybe relong a little further lower.
Dude, even SMCI is up 8%. This turd of a stock.
Well, I have bids 150 points lower.
Might get a little. Might burn some of this off or consolidate. I think. Maybe not.
If I wasn't in on this long, I'd be sitting here going, I can't do anything for another hour. I would need this thing to go straight to 300 to fade it.
Yeah. Kid, come here. Come over here. Look at this kid comes downstairs out of his room. Let me see.
We've got the Alabama waterfall over here.
Yep.
Hell yeah, boy.
Look at this kid. He's got a cowboy hat on.
Hey, bro. He's got his boots on.
Well, I can tell you this. We were boots long on the ground here.
Hey, Cam, go fly to Texas.
Is that Woody?
Cowboy. Woody the Woodpecker.
Yeah, we got Woody the Woodpecker right here.
Cowboy. I'm a cowboy.
You are, Callum.
I'm cowboy.
All right, well. There it goes. Bears are just getting ran over. Zero chill. We're going to do a 21 gun salute.
That's wild. I think I trimmed him too early, honestly.
And this comes down and gets close to the 9. Do you just long it again?
Yes, I think so. I mean, why not? You get
There is going to be a lot of what do I do today, the rest of the day.
Yep. And Bitcoin can't get off the mat. Yeah, bonds are just ripping.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, me too, Trade. Okay, it's all yours too, Ray. It's all yours.
Relentless. I just grabbed some Russell on that pullback.
Well, maybe we don't see it today, but I'll leave my bids 050, 080.
I just grabbed Russell at 68.
And if we can't come back to fill them, I won't be touching. I'll be trading.
How's this for a headline? Traders no longer fully price in Fed rate hike this year.
Wow, shocker. Here's the other thing too on that. The housing data now from here through the rest of the year is really going to be even more of a drag on core. Look at the Russell new highs. What? Okay, new trend show.
Is send it. It's funny when those stories came out, me and Will literally sat right here and said no chance. No chance.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I said yesterday, the Russell, anybody that was paying attention, I thought that was going to be a nice breakout. Especially you get softer rates on a couple soft CPI prints. Here you go. Small caps are going to be in the driver's seat.
Oh, but KRE. Look at this trend on KRE too.
Yep, just pulled back to the moving averages that are stacked and
Dude,
look at Rocket, RKT. Look at that one today. Big stick. It's a nice base too.
I like this kind of like falling wedge base that it has.
Yep, kind of rounded bottom. If you're in the camp that high yields are in for the year or short term in, that would be the housing related stocks. Lennar, XHB would be the other one. Pulte. Was it PLTE, I think? No, that's not it. PHM, that's right. Well, the call spread on the Qs for the week was a great trade. I did yesterday. I did like a skewed iron condor, like to the upside, almost like a butterfly, targeting the 750 area of Qs. So I'm basically like long 735 up to 750 and then short on the other side of it. So if we float up there over the next like week or two, that thing would start to be in really good shape, which is kind of, I think, isn't that where we're going? Don't you think at this point? You got the breakout.
Praise be to Allah.
Yeah.
Were you still on yesterday when Trump said that?
No, I didn't. He said that?
Yo, yesterday in his True Social post. There's probably been 9,000 posts since then. I don't know how I'm going to go find this.
That's funny.
It was like yesterday morning. He posts so much BS too. I get so many damn notifications. Good Lord, how far do I have to scroll? So many.
He's a character, Mr. Trump.
This right here.
Why is he put that in there?
To troll? He's a massive troll.
He's unbelievable. That's funny.
This looks like it's about to flag out another 100 points.
Who were we talking yesterday was saying like getting short up here, back down to like 29,200.
It was that Lord of Wall Street guy. That's what I was saying. He's wrong.
I don't know. I mean, you just rallied off, 27,000 all the way up and then consolidated for, a week. Never broke down, made higher lows. You just flagged out and then sent it.
Yeah, I'll look at this chart and I'll take what is a V-shaped bounce?
For 300, Alex.
For 300, Alex.
So now that I just looked at Fed Fund futures, now that 65%, of course. Last week was 55% for a hike, and now it's 34%. There's no hikes coming. No chance.
There never was.
Never was. It was all rhetoric. Yeah, this storm that's coming my way. I mean, listen, every 2 days you get bonus tornado coverage. I don't know if there's let me go see if my boys on Ryan Hall's out there or Max Velocity. They should team up. I don't think they're live yet because they were probably live all last night. So they got over there.
Yeah, normally it's like late afternoon into the evening.
Was he live?
Ryan, hell yeah.
No,
Hell yeah.
No, it's Ryan Hall, y'all.
Hall y'all weather live.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Hell yeah. That's Ryan Hall. It's my last name, actually. My middle initials are MF. I'm not going to tell you what that is.
Yeah, right.
Sweet coral shirt, kid.
Shaq.
Nice.
Shaq is not doing that good. Shaq is always.
Who's Shaq?
Of course. You not see that Shaq.
What do you think
Shaq
about
Diesel?
Kushner buying the Lakers?
I like the Lakers.
Well,
Wait, what's
You
his
like
name?
the-
Who's a good player?
You like the Lakers? You live in Chicago.
dude, you live in Chicago.
You can't like the Lakers.
The Pistons.
Yeah, the Pistons. The Lakers are what?
That's acceptable.
The Lakers are like what?
The weak.
The weak?
They're the weakest
Yeah.
team out there.
Weak sauce.
There's no way.
Got no LeBron. They got no nobody.
Wait.
Just a bunch of AWs.
Tesla.
This hits 300. I probably will fade it.
I think we're going there. You still got some runners in there?
Just one.
Yeah, I trimmed
250 points.
I know. I trimmed him too early. Of course. Yeah, we're probably going can't be mad about trimming for profit. What's over here? Yeah, 300 probably. I got a spot at 260s too. 260, 270. And they're from probably 270 to 300s probably.
Tell me what they're still buying this. They're trapped off sides.
I think people are probably a little trapped.
This is just a really good reminder of what happens when you have 4 equal highs with higher lows going into it.
Right.
And then you run everyone that was short over. No, I'm not talking about day traders. I'm talking about actual position traders.
Yep.
Like the old Prince of Wall Street. He may get... What is...
I'll probably take off this put spread up 75% for IWM that I put on 3 days ago.
Will SpaceX ever hit 110 again? I would be willing to bet yes. Actually, we did hit 150 yesterday? Dadgummit.
Yeah, that was the spot. What was the other one? Oracle was looking at? Oh, that did break out over 150. Said if it gets through there, it's going to put the gas on, and it did. Gordon Food Service? Is that what GFS is? Oh, Global Foundries. Paper wants to get in that one. I don't dislike it. I mean, you got a long-term trend line on the daily that's setting up.
I don't know anything about this one.
Me neither. Let's see if my 1 hour indicator flipped to a buy.
Look at this book map. It's just going. It's just going.
They're still sending them higher. They're gonna send it to 300. I mean, these 2 candles, these hourly candles are insane. I mean, you expect this though. You had a week of balance, and then balance leads to excess, and there you go.
Big move up, consolidate, higher lows, bull flag.
See ya. Send it. Expansion of range.
Compression leads to expansion.
Yes, it does. So I'm short a bunch of put spreads and long. I think this Q's trade I did is going to end up being sick. Just let this thing float 20, 25 points higher for the next week or so in Qs. I'll tell you what, if they got oil just like drilling to like $70 or something, we'd really, then what? I would just take right off. Might go to 9,000 by the end of the year. You get rates coming in, you get kind of all the good news. Just end the war, get out of that.
I want give me 300 points. And then if it can go straight to 300, I could fade it. I do have, for what it's worth, I do have a fib level on a huge time frame right here on NQ.
Russell coming back a little bit.
Just go to this trend line, huh?
Yep.
I just want to say there were definitely signs.
All in QQQ call. That's so funny.
I do see the Russell rolling over. I'm just going to exit here. That's good enough.
Did anybody getting that meta trade at 580 yesterday that I was calling out? Such a good spot. $10 bounce now. I thought that was, me and Casey both said it yesterday. I thought that was a good area.
What a day.
Where did we get to? Got close 270. Traders no longer price in Fed rate hike this year. Shocker. You know what I did get long, which people are probably gonna be like, what is that? Is the what is this? I don't even know what it is on TradingView. Gotta look. Fed Fund Futures. What the hell is that contract called? SR3.
Not a single rate hike priced in.
Play-Doh.
Oh, Play-Doh's not for me, kid. God, Play-Doh should be. Whoever invented that needs to have their head examined.
Dude, I hate Play-Doh.
It's everywhere. You're gonna get it in the carpet. Oh God. Your mother's gonna love that. All right, maybe here's I'm gonna watch for the 9. We got a little touch early, right? Kind of 15, 20 minutes in, but then after that, it's been no dice. Boris, you're getting in the door business? Come out to Chicago. There's probably doors missing everywhere. I know there's roofs missing. What are you doing?
I'm trying to make it bigger.
You're making Play-Doh? You're jumping on the Play-Doh?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
nice.
making it bigger. Now it's making it. My head is it.
You're lucky I like you, kid. Got some wicks forming up here. Couple.
The bears got ran over. Good one, Netta.
Good one. You say that
Yeah.
again?
We're buddies.
Say good night to the Bears.
Good night to the bears.
Can you do a salute?
Hi, Grandpa.
Do it like this. Go like this. Yeah, I'm Long Stanley Steamer.
Why can I not hear
Grandpa, what are you? Grandpa's not on here.
I'm Long Stanley Steamer.
Why can I not hear?
What are you doing with that Play-Doh? You making shapes?
Yeah. No, I'm making.
Make sure you don't do it right in the middle of the carpet. Just do it on the edge, so I can throw the rug out.
Right here?
Yeah, jump on it there. That's good. Yeah, sure. Jeez. Never Play-Doh. Well, here's a pullback. Maybe we get something to the 9, maybe not. I don't know. I could see this like the look above that 78.20 and then have a top wick.
Watch, this could get like close to the MA9, like right here,
And
not
then
touch
bounce.
it and push up and then look like it touched it.
Yep.
It would actually be positive.
Almost. 212. Is Barker making comments? I just did. Yeah.
Barking.
It's barking up the wrong tree. These bears don't want none of that. That Play-Doh bin, that's gone.
So much.
How much do you like Play-Doh? Just want to know. So much? Okay, it's going to be the last time for Play-Doh.
I always like.
I bet you do.
Yummy squish. Right there.
Boys at Citadel just text me, said, nope, higher.
Yeah, we'd like to almost touch the 9. It's going to look like it did right there. Oh, my boys start school tomorrow.
Oh, I'm jealous.
They got meet the
These damn
teacher
kids
today.
back to school.
That should be a fun one.
Come on, just go to 300. Do not pass go. Do not collect $100.
Yep.
$200, whatever it is. SPX wants to back test this 7800.
Yes,
NVIDIA's
it does.
getting smoked.
Yeah, that just had a nice little down candle. I'd love Netflix to go to 150. Be a nice day. I've just been adding down here longer term. I'm selling puts on the monthly. So I'm short right now the 60s for September. And I just keep rolling those over. I just keep rolling to the next cycle. 20 delta puts. Here's your back test right here.
There's a 7800.
No. I'm playing my Play-Doh.
Yeah, Ackman said he got out of Hertz. I heard that a while ago. He made positive comments on Meta. He had a full write-up on Netflix.
What I'm wondering though is now I get a big top wick into that resistance spot from the 5th on ES. So it's going to look above and fail if this drills back below. It's got to hold here. Zoom out a little to I'm on like the hourly. Or maybe I'm on, wait a minute. Yeah. It's in the overnight session high from the 5th.
Oh, watch this bounce right here.
I mean, my guess is it could just trade on either side of the 7,800 now.
There's the 9. Is it too obvious to long this? I feel like it's a Rizzo trade if I take it long here because I'm like, I want to short from higher.
Yeah.
I think it's a long right here, though. Finish the move to 300 and then reject.
Yeah, I don't want to see ES back below like 78.20 because then it looks like they're going to be a top wick that it got rejected at that high. Needs to bounce and go higher right now. Right now. Just got a text from Xfinity Assistant. Severe weather in your area could be causing outages today.
Yeah.
Be prepared. No problem. I got 3 backup Starlinks with a bridge connection. Dude, some of these, so I went down this rabbit hole yesterday. I started looking into like these storm chasers, and I'm like, how do they get like this live stream and this, you know, like the weather? And like there's these like internet rigs where it's like 2 Starlinks that are bridge connection together plus like 2 hotspots, and they bridge the whole
5Gs.
internet connection. It's nuts. So you have like 4 different internet connections coming to one. It's wild. Just gonna hold here.
It kind of looks like it's making a flag.
Yeah. Russell's sliding a bit more now.
Yeah, Russell is
A bit
more
weaker.
concerning.
I don't know why that is. I mean, it did pump. Probably long it back here against 62.
Where do we see NQ around 4 p.m. today? It's a $1 million question. It's a tough question.
If I knew that, I'd be putting on
Yeah, it spreads.
yeah, I'd be putting on a butterfly
And
right at that.
Butterfly, yeah.
Or a straddle. to fade this back down. Maybe they will, maybe Rizzo will get long down here at some point.
There's a decent pop in oil. Gold, wow. Gold, look at this gold turnaround.
Yeah.
And like 145, 150, maybe I could try it.
Oops. You done with Play-Doh? That's good. It's a good thing.
I think I would sign a petition to make Play-Doh illegal. So there's got to be some kind of harmful chemical for the state of California or something in it.
If I was like a super loaded billionaire, I would short. Who owns Play-Doh? Anyways, I'd build like an activist position against it. Oh, it's Hasbro. Probably short that stock.
Can you stop spamming the mouse? It's very annoying.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm spamming the mouse. You're unbelievable.
Dad, I can't find the cap.
That's okay. Just throw it in there.
They're buying up SPX again.
That's where you get long. Like oil's starting to lift a little bit off the $80 level.
right, there's your hourly close. Let's go make a new high.
Whoa, wrong direction.
Wait, Mama's there. And live. Look.
Sweet cowboy hat.
Beep, 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 beep.
With that or VWAP band, we were off the 21 7800 SPX. Like,
Makes sense for a bounce.
kind of obvious reaction point here. Send it.
I gotta go. We gotta go to do meet the teacher day here shortly. You gonna wear your cowboy hat?
Yeah.
What do you want to drop? Pickup truck? What kind of truck you want?
Black one.
Raptor? Did you say?
I said a black pickup truck.
Oh, black pickup truck. Okay.
Raptor. I saw one of those Ranger Raptors. Was it yesterday? Day before?
Yeah.
Like just at a stoplight next to me. These things are actually decently sharp.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
And on the 15-minute, you would look at this and go short. To be fair.
Watch yourself.
No!
Guys.
Is VWAP really all the way up here on SPY? That's crazy. NVIDIA does not look great. IWM just had a nice relief bounce into the EMAs and got slapped.
Yes, it did.
AMD made a new high and got slapped at the same time. Tesla, that's not the best looking thing. But you're on the outer VWAP band up here.
I'm just wondering if it looks like, if you go to like the hourly, it looks like ES could reject at this 78.20. Is there anything above it? It's a little below us now, yeah?
Yeah, a lot of the liquidity cleared out above us.
Got sold into. I almost want to look for a retest at 96 or 98 if it fails here.
I just can't get short here. And
No, if it consolidates here, that's more bullish. If it starts falling apart,
I just don't think it's gonna fall apart yet.
No, I mean, banks are starting to fade a little bit. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but to roll over this type of move, typically it's like, you know, it does a little kind of little heartbeat up here.
Right. Maybe divergent high or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
ES is much weaker. ES looks like much more of a short than NQ does. There's your NFP though, right there. NVIDIA is rolling. What are internals probably pulling back pretty hard.
Look at oil though; it's just kind of drifting higher here. 81.50. Rates are starting to come off. Or bonds, I should say. Rates are coming back up a little bit.
Oil's kind of reclaiming.
Yeah.
Which probably explains why some of the like the IWM and the SPY are coming down, but your internals for NASDAQ are still making new highs. Yeah, this looks like a short. Yeah, I really think this wants to come in 50 points, but I just don't trust it.
Yeah. NQ is definitely stronger. ES seems a little weaker. I think that's because the banks are a little softer, but I mean, industrials, healthcare, banks. What else? Energy's starting to pick it back up. Materials are weak, which is small.
Yeah, SPY's basically backtesting 15-minute 9. Almost that previous all-time high.
AMD is going to raise $5 billion from a debt offering.
I just saw that too.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. I just think this is going to go back to the highs first. Revisit the scene of the crime. Go up to 300, and then I'll start shorting
You have
up
a
there.
small divergent low here.
This just looks like a flag. QQQ is coming right into that NFP again.
Whoa.
Let's get like 100-point God candle right here.
What? TV. Kid, you guys start learning how to use yourself, technology.
Yeah.
Which one?
I know how to control a TV. I know how to do a laptop.
Which one?
Qs are trying to hold the trend. SPY is not. IWM and SPY are both about to drag us down, I think.
Yeah, that.
I just can't go short. I just can't do the short here. And I love a good counter trend short, but the Qs are the strongest one. Like everything else is reacting kind of oil and rates popping up a little bit, but the Qs still have more buying than selling. We're making new highs of day on the internals.
Yeah. I think it's probably got to be a long.
This 5 minute looks like it's just a flag with the EMA catching up the outer VWAP band. IWM looks like a bear flag.
Yeah, that's faded all the way back down.
I mean, I could see the argument for.
Well, rates all of a sudden have started to move back to the upside a little bit because oil is now 82. That's a big. Is there news there? That's a big candle on oil. Something with the
Yemen's
Aramco refinery.
Yeah, the Houthi-run Saba news agency from Yemen says a group targeted Aramco's refinery with 2 drones in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, oil flipped long back here. I tried shorting to 82.17 for a scalp.
Yeah, and he's also on YouTube.
Damn, oil.
Yeah, oil's cruising.
Here's your culprit. There's no size filling anymore. There was a ton earlier. There's no size filling here right now. There hasn't been a single like 10 lot or bigger in the last like 20 minutes. Where did I short oil the other day? 83.35 to 83.50. Gold straight back down. So we can start shorting oil here. If I was feeling real crazy, I would long NQ and short oil both right here. I can't long NQ with QQQ just putting upper wicks into the NFP high from June. I can't short oil though. All right, putting on an oil short right here. Yeah, IWM still drilling. ES is about to hit VWAP. All right, well, 82.37 is my average right now. I've got some more ads on oil short higher. I left a few more orders at 49, 55, 60, and 66 short oil. Should have got a back test of IV high. Oh, almost. IWM's drilling. Well, there's yesterday's high back test on IWM. I wonder if you get a bounce here. There's a few things lining up here. Some headlines about the blockade happening. Every time I see one of these in the chat lately, it's been like a 100-point move in the opposite direction. Look at the book map. They all showed back up on the book map all the way to 300. I don't know, Kevin. That depends. If you believe, do you believe Iran or do you believe in the United States of America? The SNDK CEO is speaking or something. Come on, NQ. Let's get a little choo-choo. It's oil, 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 oil. You think oil is believing Iran? Really? Price of oil is closer to where it started than where it went to. This divergence is crazy. The memory stocks are just flying right now. The midpoint on SPY.
Guess that was a good short in there.
Possibly. Just back tested the IB high a little bit there.
NQ, I mean, ES is much weaker. It's, you know what it's being led by though is the banks. The banks are what's selling the most. Banks, consumer discretionary. That's your biggest mover.
Mags are coming down. Look at SanDisk CEO is talking, saying something right now. I don't know if it's a presentation or what's going on. Go look at SanDisk right now.
Oh, whoa!
It's gonna be hard for the Qs to roll over. SanDisk and Micron.
Yeah,
Western
Micron,
Digital's
Western
pumping.
Digital, Seagate, they're all ripping. I mean, Seagate's right into these highs, right at like 935. But wow, SanDisk. It's up 16%. What are they saying?
I don't know. The
SanDisk,
CEO.
details long-term growth strategy.
Yeah, the CEO's
financial
going through
model Investor Day.
a whole thing right now.
Crazy move. Yeah, it's probably
something just spiked oil. I got the rest of my fills though, almost all of them. What kind of headline was that?
I don't see it yet.
Something just hit because oil just rocketed.
Oh, U.S. defense. Hegseth said U.S. can hold on the blockade as long as needed. Oh, U.S. sending fresh aircraft carrier to Middle East amid Iran
aircraft carrier. Well, all-time highs. Good time to put out the bad headline.
Yeah, gotta knock it down a little bit. Get oil. They try to get oil. It's like as soon as they get oil that comes off 2-3%, they come out with headlines to pump it back. You know what I mean? It's so weird. It's like they don't want oil to go down.
Well, my cost basis is $82.44 now on oil.
All right, I gotta run. I'm gonna try and jump back in a little bit. Gotta go to meet the teacher.
All right, have fun.
All right,
jealous.
We'll see how it goes.
Damn it. There's my last fills on oil. And I just hope this doesn't blast through further because of that headline. You've got a rising 21 at 170, 173 on NQ, but everything else is getting crushed. It's orb high and pivot point right here. I'm tempted to go long right here. Maybe like 150. That headline cleared out everybody above us.
Tono.
Yep, I figured that NFP was going to be trouble in QQQ. Something about sending a fresh aircraft carrier to the Middle East. I don't know. 82.47 is my average on oil. 8247 is my cost basis. Oh, it's tempting, but not yet. Not yet. It's not like a bottom tell or anything. Why this big drop on SPX? QQQ though, it's right on the other NFP. And NVIDIA has been notably weak all morning. Google came in really hard. There's NVIDIA. It just went red.
The best trader has entered the stage. How are we doing, sir?
What's up, Evan?
Did you see the play that I took? I tried to say it in the chat once or twice. I don't know if you saw it.
Did not see it.
I am long Apple calls. I am in strikes that expire September 11th after the iPhone event. I am in 315s and 325s. Here we go, app. Give me an all-time high touch.
Watching this book map here. It's 140.
Bullish Bear has a question for you.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a trade right now. We'll get to it.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I think we do the classic Apple or run up into the event.
We try to scalp along right here. 135. Come on, oil. Come in a little bit more. I need to de-risk. Get some orders at 21, some orders at 13, and then like 82 even.
You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I was just telling Discord I was trimming oil. I just got the trim though, just filled. Also, I'm in an oil short and a long on NQ here, so it's like eyes are all over the place. Come on, oil, rug it. There we go. Second trim on oil. Come on, give me 82. All right, added a little to NQ. Oh, I didn't miss my trim on oil by. Yeah, kidding me. I had it penny away. 1 penny from getting that trim, dude. Joke. Go back down. All right, I'm trimming NQ here into the 21. I've got another trim set at the 30-minute orb high right at 180. And this pivot point 188. God, I'm pissed. Oil missed my trim by 1 penny. Son of Satan. Dadgummit, fuck. Oil, piece of shit. I got 2 trims and I had a big third trim right there and it just bounced it. I'm gonna be smart and move my stops down though. Nebius. 2 construction stop orders. Somebody's offsides and trying to calm things down. All right, profit stopped on NQ. We'll leave that one alone. Looks like it's going to go lower. Couldn't even get a decent pop here. I think it could still probably hold this area, but God, oil just a 40-cent bounce immediately. Piece of shit. What's up, Nicholas?
You.
Nikolai.
I'm in the car. Wait, do you hear yourself?
No.
Okay, good.
Just hear your suspension.
Oh yeah. My fault. I did a call credit spread when NQ was at 215-ish, 215, 220. I shorted SanDisk at 1550, added one at 1565, and I made a nice chunk there, and I am done for the day.
God, dude. Oil missed my trim by 1 penny. It's come all the way back to my cost basis. Fucking kidding me.
Damn.
I mean, I got 2 trims off, so it's a profitable trade, but I had a sizable trim sitting there, and what a joke. Just add my trims back here and keep my risk the same. Piece of shit. NQ looks like it wants to go test into this gap at 121. NQ's kind of no man's land for me right here, so I'm just gonna leave it alone.
You should check out Apple at some point. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow. Maybe you find a better level to get in, but you love these type of things. It's just gonna do what it always does: run up into the event and sell off.
Apple looks like shit.
Maybe you give it a day or two, reclaim a level. Maybe you get in at like 308 on some.
When's the event?
September 9th.
Yeah. If Apple comes down to like 290, 285, 288.
And you think the level just might be where we're at now? Fair.
And then
long
it back. Yeah, and then long it back. I mean, if you long and risk 300 here, it's not the worst thing in the world.
282 would be amazing. Even like M said, like 288 would be nice. If it even gets there, though.
Yeah, I would need this to like fall apart in the next week or so, which Apple is kind of like your safety play during the pullback. Now money flows out of Apple into like more risk on plays.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe if you see it moving lower, you look for that next week. You should, if anyone's watching though, you guys should like and subscribe. Shout out to Ryan for doing this all the time. YouTube does a great job of showing live streams when you subscribe to channels. Not as good if you don't. So if you guys want to see more of this, make sure you're subscribed. Also, go check out the videos that Jordan's been making. Once this live stream's done, there's 8 videos made over the last couple weeks, 10 or whatever. There's one every single day coming out from Jordan. They're good stuff. Like and subscribe. Let's go Jets.
All right, I added a little bit back on oil. NQ does not look good. You're sitting on VWAP on QQQ though. Oil's going to stop me out if it goes any higher. If I've tried again at 83. All right, my stop's at 77 on oil. Last ads. If I get stopped out there, I'll try it again at 83. If NQ can drop hard here, maybe we can long it off of VWAP. Previous day's high on SPY and ES. I don't know. IWM looks gross. That was kind of the first tell. I wish we would have got to 300 on NQ. I would have been short. 82.55 is my new cost basis on oil. Only thing I can hear is like the road noise whenever you stay unmuted, Nick.
I'll mute myself.
No, you're good. Just like in between. Maybe I should move my stop to like 80 something. SPX is trying to hold right here, this lower gamma spot. There's not much below here from what I've seen. It's like much lower. I need to go make a coffee. Damn, this 15-minute sell signal just printed. Yeah, Joe, I got you. I'll make you one too.
Look at that nice candle on your chart there at the top. Beautiful.
As I was saying, this I was hoping anyway. I had a fib level there, but I was hoping we were gonna get to 300. I was kind of hoping this was gonna like reset.
I was looking to get my call spread at 290. We didn't. Yeah, like we didn't get there. When I saw us rejecting like 220, 230 repeatedly, and I saw SPY and IWM continuing to make new lows, that's when I got the call spread.
Yeah, so I was looking at it, and then so the NFP on QQQ was right here, and we got under it, and we just started hitting it. Like on the 10-minute, it was really clear. 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections. It was also IV high, and then SPY and IWM was just dying because oil started popping. We also just ran, 260 points. No, 300. We opened up at 910. We ran 360 points, basically. All right, I'm going to go make coffee. I'll be right back. I'm sitting in that oil short. Orders are placed in. Nothing on NQ, nothing on ES right here. Maybe I try it the 70s. If we break down to the 70s, VWAP, previous high is right there. Previous day's high on ES is in that area. But this is kind of a forceful move, so I don't love it. And I've got a pretty good day going. So let me go make a coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Kicked over water in the process.
Yeah, all I've done for the day is get a call spread. I take that back. I got a call spread. Started the day off QQQ puts when we got to like 7:30, thinking we would get a little dip. We never got a little dip. So I closed those for only a $13 per contract loss, which was not bad. Then when we got to the highs on NQ, I waited for a dip. We rejected, trying to go back up. I got a call spread. And then I saw SanDisk go up $160 in 20 minutes. And I got a short there, and that worked out perfectly. For SanDisk at 1400, the volt on Voltec was 1500. That's our magnet level. And we got to that level, and it was unbelievable. I had some people text me that they made a killing off that. I mean, you had a $100 point move just to SanDisk in 10 minutes. It turned out to be almost over $180 in just under 20 minutes. Just unreal moves for SanDisk. I know they were at a conference. CEO was talking about their growth going forward. But other than that, other than the SanDisk trade, the losing trade on QQQ that I had this morning, and the spread that looks very clean now, I'm going to be done for the day. It's a very nice day. So, also Netflix longs are up very nicely. So again, yeah, very nice day. Very, very nice day. Just trade smart, be patient.
Yeah, I agree with you. I longed NQ. I had like a right at 30K average, and I took it all the way to 260. I think I got out of 250. It was like 250 points in my last runner.
You know what's funny is, like you said, that you usually don't do it, and you bought the RIP. I saw it right at open, and I was like, dude, the way they're moving this, like right now, I want to get it long, but damn, I just didn't do it. I just didn't do it. And I wish I did.
There's a nice bounce on NQ. Most likely he's going back to at least the orb high. You get that
What's
NFP
NQ
right
right
here.
now?
NQ 155.
Okay.
It just bounced from 105. 50, 60 point bouncer.
I do have to hop off here. I'm at the gym. I will catch you later.
All right, big dog, what are you working on today?
We're going to be doing some back.
The pull day, huh?
Yeah, going to be a pull.
What's
Actually,
the way to do it?
It is going to be a pull day. I don't do like specific. I usually do pull and push and then I mix. I don't do shoulders until leg days. I kind of mix that in, and then yeah. But I'll catch you later.
All right. Love you, Nicholas.
Peace. Love you, Ryan.
Oh. Now what do we do? Drink coffee and watch? It is lunch hour as well. Big move up, decent retracement. Probably just watch a little bit now. What's the oil doing? Oh, there we go. Come on. I am going to trim some of those re-ads back out when we get to the 9 EMA, which is at like 39 right now, 82.39. Or I'm sorry, 80. Yeah, 82.39. All right, let me go grab that coffee and then we'll lock back in. All right. Nice bounce on NVIDIA. Previous day's low at that 40 spot on oil, probably worth taking off a little bit right there. Come on, oil. We got two trims sitting right here. Touch that previous day's low again. All right. Now, do things just slow down the rest of the day? IWM is still pretty weak. There's a lot of volume just came in on the 9 right there. In Q, what are we hitting? Is this NFP? Yeah, come on. NFP. John, I mean, that's what we always talk about, trading the edges, right? And if you don't get the edge, Sometimes you stay out of the middle or let it, let it build something to go off of. One HP, I'm kind of, two pretty solid opportunities in the morning before lunch. Lowers my expectations for the rest of the day. I did this for Jordan. Show your executions. And Jordan said, just at me next time. IWM is telling a story that we are weak. Your wife is outperforming you with her 401k? We're kind of no man's land. I mean, on the bull flow one, I don't see much below us for 0DT. I mean, we bounce basically where both of them. I mean, there's just not much below here on either one, but it's obviously weak. So, what do you do with that? There's a little bit of orders on the book map below us. So it's really not like the book map. If you look, so this is something I look for as like trade. Is there stuff sitting down here that gets cleared out? And then do they put it on elsewhere? Like right now, you look through here, there's not much. There's just not much here. Not a ton of speculation either side. So could be a little bit of a chop. They came a penny away from a trim again on oil. That's just twice. You gotta be kidding me. Still a green trade and I'm still in profit, but geez. Basically break even right now. Yep, there's a pretty big sell order. Internals have faded a lot. I mean, they're not like trending, but they've faded, but they're not like rolling over. You have like the early people that chase, and then now you have people starting to step in a little bit more. Right at this whole number 7,800 on ES. Excuse me, on ES. SPX, you kind of have an intermediate gamma level right here. It's not large. It's just kind of more of like a magnet sticky spot. That's kind of what Voltic has over here. Sticky spot. There's that oil trim finally. And then I want to take off the re-ads. Where did I put my orders? 21 and 15. All right, that locked in a little bit more profit, de-risked it. Gold is due for a pullback. I mean, we went from 4,000 to 4,500 in the big picture. Honestly, I don't hate shorting gold. I just did trim some of my long-term gold buys. Boy, Nebius gave it all back, didn't they? So did ENS. Ouch. There we go, oil. Rugged. Rugged. Come on, oil. Who else is in this? There he is, Lord of Wall Street. You know what? I respect you coming and putting that in the chat. I respect that a lot. It sounds like you managed it well. You hedged it long, minimized losses. You made a good money over the last couple months based on your claims. So let's go. Let's go. I respect it. Oh, and we got this going on. Let's go. Reminder, we celebrate wins on this channel. W's in the chat for Trade with Steph. There he is. Steph Curry. Is that a
double kill?
Let's go. I gotta throw W's in the chat too. I got W's in the chat for my man Steph. We celebrate wins. The Wolfpack celebrates each other. We cooking. Right now I'm looking at oil, hold on. I want to flush into all these trims right here. InQ wants to go back to at least 30-minute order pie. Probably, Maria. That's probably, I mean, if oil can back off, then that's probably just the draw. All right. Just got another trim on MCL 8221. $30-minute orb high here. Gotta be careful. There's a nice little 15-minute curl, inverted hammer. Yeah. And there's buyers stepping in, chasing this thing. NVIDIA's back over VWAP. Google's back over VWAP. Just didn't have a great spot to get long anywhere in there, but the draw should be back to IV high. SPY SPX, it's probably at 7,800. The SPY like 777 and a half. I just need some follow through on oil. You know, the funny thing is with oil, I didn't trade oil for years. I would watch it and like try to learn it, but I just didn't like how it moved. I didn't like have a good feel for how it moved. It's very, very headline driven. But like this last few months with the headlines and the volatility and stuff, there's been some good opportunities. You just put a little chart behind it and then, you know, look for basically overreactions to news headlines. That's at least that's what's working for me.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh. Come on, y'all, get out here.
Yeah, I do like how you can like sit in it and work on a position. You're back to that pivot point that we kind of paused at this morning. You cooking? Nice bounce here. Not in it. Wish I was. I was originally long at 135. Yeah, I wasn't going to sit and draw down. This 200 is going to be a sticky spot. And if we get through that, there's not much here all the way back to 240, which is IB high. All right, well, we can just sit and chill. There we go. There's my trim at 82.15. Rugged oil, rugged. $82.10 filled. Now go give me that 82.01 that I'm still sitting at from the original entry. Give it to me. Give it to me. Boom. There it is. All right, I'm out a decent chunk here, probably 2/3, somewhere in there. Boy, just
Double kill.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
beautiful. All right, so all the main trims I wanted on CL, now I'm gonna put orders down at 81, 82. Where else do I want to put? 65. And then like 37. I'll just leave those on the chart. 81, 82, 65, and 37. Cost basis is 82. It's 64 now, but it's because I've trimmed and added, and they move it around. A nice move back up on the Qs. SPY's going to come into VWAP from the underside. We did hold that VWAP, basically. Did one little undercut of it on QQQ on the 5-minute, but basically held that. You held 730s. Let's see what else we got up here. Broadcom's still hanging in strong. Google's just in an uptrend. Amazon's getting hurt today. Interesting. Tesla's sitting at high of day. There you go. And internals making a new high of day. VolDQ making a new high of day on the NASDAQ. Tesla's going to try to take out yesterday's high. Boy. SMH is strong, almost at highs a day. Banks improving, industrials improving, much better. Much better. Software bouncing. Yeah, we talked about MU yesterday, flag breakout right to the 50-day. And then you had some positive catalysts to go with this as it was doing this. SanDisk, what a move. SanDisk has the same setup. 1655. 1600, obviously. Whole number, previous resistance. Yeah, Tesla is trying to break out. Well, I'm having a wonderful day over here. Oh, ticker tap. Let's go. Resistance right here on this pivot point again, 188. 30-minute orb high, same spot that we kind of stalled this morning. Oh. Who said something about oh? You cooking? Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to do much of anything the rest of the day. When we get my next trims, I'll play it again. It's one of my favorite sound clips ever. This is pretty good on the risk reward part too. What's going on with Bitcoin? Yeah. Well, gold's dropping, Bitcoin's dropping. They should be dropping. Oh, gold's actually popping up. Crypto, I wonder if there's there's updated headlines, but they pushed back this Clarity Act, everything. Like Bitcoin, it's not bullish. I don't know what to tell you. If you look at this chart and your thought was bullish, I just don't even know what to tell you. That is a pretty big dump here, pretty rapidly. It's about $1 drop, huh? Or 1% drop. I'll get it out eventually. NVDA. Should be getting my oil trim here soon. All right. Yeah, let me take a look at NVIDIA. Just hanging out at yesterday's high. Yeah, NVIDIA looks fine. It's in an uptrend. Dealing with a little bit of this over here. Definitely resistance right up here. 227. 225 kind of intermediate support. 222.5 is probably the next better support on the bottom end. So you know there's resistance here, and it's really right at all the options, like strikes. So that's what I would be looking. I mean, probably a magnet towards here. Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly upside. Magnet here, possible move back to 227.5. If it dips below 225, it probably comes back to it. That's the way I would approach NVIDIA. This looks like a flag off the EMAs right now into resistance, but CENTCOM is launching a multinational task force. Drone stocks are getting a bit off of that. My favorite part is Rizzo literally went to sleep. He said, I'm out of here. Heat map for SPX. Or here, I'll pull up the actual heat map. Let me try to zoom in. 7,800 by far for today and tomorrow. There's a little bit for tomorrow down 77, 75. And there's some 78.25 for tomorrow expiration. So if we get some continuation, your upside target 78.25. Don't know if you get there today. Possibly. It's a little bit. I mean, there's just not a ton sitting up here. All right. Come on, oil, drop it. So I assume that SPX is going to draw back to here, 10 points higher. And I like that QQQ held its gamma spot 730 almost exactly. That's probably should have tried the long NQ there. Big fall down, uptrend. A lot of people missed it. Probably should have been long there. I was a little sidetracked with the oil, but am making money over there. We are right. Already had a 250 point trade on NQ, so we'll see. I tried one. I got probably a little bit too early trying that one spot for the little scalp. Made a little bit of money on it, but dude, just so y'all know, Casey is not here. I looked twice. You guys got me to look twice. I don't see Casey. Oh, okay. I see him in the chat. When you guys said that a while ago, I saw somebody say something about KC, and I thought he was in the backstage, like trying to come up. I was like, I looked twice. Frank sent me a text. He had to do some real estate work this morning. No, he can get his computer back. Oil next trim just filled. 82.82. I'm sorry, 81.82.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oil? Yeah, I know it. Come on, y'all get out of here.
You guys awake? That's the real question. It's over 68. What was that at the low? Probably 70 cents or so on the oil short. Let's see. We could probably hold this all day. Hopefully. All I'm going to say is, Boris, look at the chat. And if you're not paying attention, you see a bunch of people putting random numbers into the chat that should catch your attention. Hey, maybe I should just start typing some random numbers in the chat or look at the screen. Free 50K Lucid Flex account. My favorite account from Lucid. 50K of funding for one lucky person in the Wolf Pack today. It's been a great day. We got a winner. We got a winner. Neil P 1078. Neil P is the winner of a 50K Lucid Flex evaluation account. Congratulations to Neil. W's in the chat. Neil, you should know the drill at this point. Neil, I need your X username. Whatever your @ is on Twitter, X as it's now called, please drop that in the chat so I can DM you a code that will give you a free 50K Lucid Flex account. Shout out to Lucid. We appreciate them dropping a lot of free accounts for the Wolf Pack. And of course, remember, use code WOLF. When you use code WOLF, you get the best discount from your favorite prop firm. Unless it's Apex, then use code WOLFX. But if you use code WOLF at your favorite prop firm, you're going to get the best discount and you're going to help support the channel. And that's how I get more accounts to give away to you guys. There he is. All right, Neil, I'm going to DM you right now with that code. There you are. Code is coming your way right now. Big shout out to Neil. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for tuning in. My entire restream is completely crashed. There was a Tesla headline, whole home backup for $35 a month. Text Will and tell him he needs to get one of those. I am going to move my stops down on oil. We've locked in a lot of profit. We don't want to give that profit back to the market. We're going to lock it in. Big shout out to Neil. Oh, are we doing this? This is a fun game to play. Do we want to do this game? These are some of my favorite jokes. He said, what do you call a man with one leg? Neil. So one of my favorite like series of jokes ever is the what do you call a guy with no arms or legs in the ocean? Bob. What do you call a man with no arms or legs on the floor? Matt. What do you call a guy with no arms or legs in a mailbox? Bill. What do you call a man with no arms or legs on the wall? Art. I used to have a bunch of those. Those are the ones I remember. Terrible dad jokes are the best, Jay. Terrible dad jokes are the best. What do you call a guy with no arms or legs in a pot? Stew. What did the blind, deaf, and mute girl get for Christmas? I don't know. Why do they all have no arms and legs? I don't know. It's just the jokes. Oh, good God, NYG. Oh man. There was another bad one. It was like, what do you call a dog with no arms or legs? Nothing, because it can't come to you anyway. Oh. Dead blonde jokes. I remember the dead blonde jokes. Dead blonde in a closet. 2021 hide and go seek world champion. That one's bad, but I like it. I like it. All right, we're breaking over here on NQ. Let's send it back to IB high. I still am interested in shorting 300 to 320. And when the market's slow and I don't have any new trades to take, I like to just hang out. Sometimes we argue over stuff. Sometimes we talk fundamental stuff. Sometimes we look at charts. Sometimes we do some. Sometimes we just do bad jokes. Cerebrus. What was the headline on Cerebrus? Dadgummit. Cerebrus has some kind of headline. OpenAI partnership. There you go. Cerebrus. However you want to say it. Bookmap here is still asking for higher for longer. Wrong button. There we go. What do you call a fake noodle? Go touch some grass. Well, that's what I said yesterday when I was sitting there waiting on trade. Like, God, if I go touch any more grass, I was going to send a invoice to the homeowners association. Also a reminder, like the last 2 days have been very tight consolidation. So consolidation to expansion. I had much higher expectations for today. Plus, you got through the data. The data was positive. The bears are gone. Who else has got some? Sometimes we have a beer with Harry Carey. That's right. Could really use a tall Budweiser right now. Jay Slay said, hey. $30-year bond auction is finishing up right now. Yes, that is correct. Could be a big one. Tom, I like that. Give me your best dad jokes in the chat if you're not trading, if you're just kind of waiting on the next setup. I'm sitting nicely in profit on oil shorts right now. I have no NQ or ES on. No other real trades, new trades right now. Prices mostly heading where I thought it would, but did not get a good entry to re-long since this morning. Oh my god. 30-30, why did the car take a nap? It was tired. I like the old Confucius sayings. Man who run behind car get exhausted. That was one of my favorite ones ever. All right, uh-oh. Rumo, how are you short? You're like 30 points underwater already. What happened to Jordan the Crusader? Jordan will be here shortly. He just finished up Spaces about a few minutes ago. Ghost, what's up? Good afternoon. How's your day going? Just need a nice little one more rug and oil and a push higher on NQ. I will be trying to short in the 300 area. I'm going to try to look for a little bit more confluence, but that is where I will be trying to short. AMBA? What is AMBA? Oh, Umbrella. Umbrella looks good. This looks good, actually. It's taken multiple shots at this high, but it's got this nice base. Kind of, you know, it's almost a W. You could even say it's kind of like a little double cup and handle. You've got the 9 right here. Boy, it's just, if it can get out of this area with some force, this thing can make a pretty big move. That's a pretty good looking chart, Ghost. Big weekly base here too. Rounding bottom. This may be worth like a further out swing or building into a position. I know it's in the semiconductors. This thing's got room to 120 though. That's like a 50% move. I like this chart. One HP coming in with the thoughts on Tesla. Tesla looks good today. Here's the weekly. It's coming right back into some resistance I have. 337. Yeah, where it bounced before. So it really needs to clear. I would say it really needs to clear. I mean, right here, high of day needs to clear. But if it can close through up here to like 340, 342, if you get over 342, this thing should make a beeline to 350, 356 area. Yeah. There's a lot of traffic, but it looks like it's trying to clear traffic here. You get some kind of positive news a little bit to push through this. You get into this gap fill, it's going to look nice. Nice push on the indices here. Come on, oil, go down with it. Yeah, my plan's going to be to short NQ 300 back to like right here. This is the NFP on QQQ. I would like to see it. I'd like to see us come up here, do one of these this afternoon. Yeah, I mean, if you're trading Tesla, Tesla's a good thing to trade a lot of times because it does like just make good moves, but it's for longer term out it's in a transition phase still. I'm just not that interested in Tesla for another 6 months or more. Anthropic CFO is leading early IPO meetings with investors, has not yet discussed valuation. Another headline on the wire. Google had some headlines about Gemini. Break down SpaceX. So there's two very key levels on SpaceX to trade off of right now. It's 135, which was the issue price for the IPO, and it's 150 where we opened. So my current short area is this box, and I'm looking for down here. If you get over this, then you're probably going to traverse this range and you'll be up around 160. You have a volume shelf at 159. I'll give both sides. So like, if anything, if this like holds here and does this, you look for this move. If it rejects here, you're looking for something like this. Just for kicks and giggles. 151, you have a fib. You have two fibs that line up back at 165. So if you get through 150, I'm looking for, take that back off. If you get through 150, I am looking for 165. There could be some intermediate spots like this volume shelf right here, but if you need levels over 150, you're looking for 159 and 165. If you reject here, which I think is more likely, I just think there's going to be a lot of IPO selling pressure on this. You're looking for it to come back down. For example, 135, where everybody was issued shares. You can see this 138 kind of being a little bit of a level. These two highs here, a little bit back here. And then I have this fib at 128, but the price action is a little bit 125. 20-day moving average at 121. Your 9 and 21 EMAs are at that 130. So, I mean, the thing is, you've had a big up move here. You had a big candle yesterday. You're getting an inside day. So tomorrow it's probably to one of these two spots. And then you see if this box, whichever direction out of this box it breaks, I think you get a pretty nice move. But based on all this here, I mean, this is clear as day back test, right? You opened here, you came down and bounced, you held, and then you came down, you held again, tried to hold, tried to get back over, and then resistance. Support here became resistance here. This is the first time you've back tested it, was yesterday. So pretty simple support and resistance. This previous support is now currently resistance until broken and held above. Marvell looks okay. Marvell looks like a lot of stocks in this. I mean, you're riding the 9 up right now. You're trying to flip the 9 and 21 back bullish. Trying to get a 20-day to curl upside. You've had a nice consolidation that you're trying to peek out of. You've had kind of multiple spots of resistance here. This like 220 to 225, 222 to 225. Pushing out of that, you're looking for the 50-day, 240, which is also kind of these couple lows back tests, and then you have 250. So also just on this profile, notice if you kind of get away from this area, you see this kind of like volume hole right here. So other than having the 50-day here that some people will be looking at, if you push through here, you should be able to traverse this pretty quickly to this 250, maybe even 255 area. Because there's not much positioning that happened here. So you can see where this is up here and where this is down here. Price likes to move through these kind of volume gaps quickly. So if I was going to short Marvell, I would need it to probably maybe you take a shot there. I'd be a little bit nervous about that because of the volume profile, but I mean, if you have a further reason, I'm just going by the chart only here and knowing that it's in the semiconductor sector. So like thinking short is kind of tough, but if you're looking for, I mean, maybe right here, if it just rejects here and you accept back under, I mean, I see this like 231, but since you're clearing these highs here and you have that volume gap, my thought would be you're headed here and then you're headed up here because I think you're going to traverse this quickly. Any type of catalyst sends this chart to 250 pretty quickly. If you got news on this thing would probably gap to here and push, and then it would try to fade back in. Yeah, we are in second lunch, Mateo. Been a good morning. About to hit IB high again. SPX 5 points away from that magnet that we talked about with the gamma. There's your GEX level, 7,800. From your heat map, 7,800, 4.9 billion of positioning sitting right here. $78.15 is what's been growing a lot over the last 15 minutes. QQQ fighting at this NFP. If you can get a potential reversal here, but doesn't really help me a whole lot. I mean, this could start turning into a little bit of a kind of a rising wedge scenario into IB high, into the NFP. Your 5 minutes already rejected it twice. It's trying to push again. If this pushes back down, closes this candle underneath, then you can go over to like your 10 minute and probably see the same thing. If you see like two candles close like this did over here, two candles close back underneath. Maybe this 15-minute candle as well, which still has some time on it, just wicks up and closes back down here. It's a little kind of shooting star. Then you could probably think about doing this trade. Otherwise, you're looking for a kind of a break in base to maybe get a little continuation for another leg higher. I think I would rather err on that side of things than trying to short here. Just my personal read. I got a little bit over aggressive, and then when I was going to get in a second time, I was playing with oil too much. I know this shows my stop is at 72. I've actually moved my stop into profit. So I put a stop on half of what I have left, just inside of profit, like this 52 area. And then the other stop I have is right here at 42, just above yesterday's low. But I'm out more than 3/4 of my position. SPY, similar to SPX. So SPY, if you look at SPX, oh, sorry, let me go on the 15-minute chart. So SPX, this is going to be the magnet here, 7,800, and then what's growing is new high of day. So right here, 7,800 is going to be a big sticky spot. When you get there, SPY will be right around 777.70. So right around this area on SPY. You watch out for that. If we actually pull up and look at we could take a look at SPY's actual spot. 777. So just underneath us is the biggest spot part. And then yeah, it's 780 on SPY. Maybe 779. But look, 780 for tomorrow, Friday, weekly expiration. Look at this. 6.4 billion. So 780 major magnet for tomorrow. Magnet plus could be resistance. What was the thesis on oil short? So I had these levels the other day. Let's see if I can back this out. Here we go to the hourly. So I drew this box the other day based on this gap. But I had I charted this area from 82.33 to 82.50. And I was playing off of that the other day. And then on the bottom side of the box, you see it was 81.31, which is the gap. It's just what the box came from. We have paused right here and fought a couple times. And then this area, so you see like where it was supporting after it was resistance, and then we broke back under it, came back to it today. So I was looking for that was previous resistance, then I tried to act as like support a little bit. I was looking for that to also reject. It was also I guess midnight open sitting right there. Didn't really care about that as much, but previous day's low, this whole area. And if you just look on the hourly, I mean, this is almost a $3 move in 2 hours. And if you go back to the 15-minute, this is an overextension. So when you get overextension on a news headline into a level on the chart, I'm going to try to fade it. When things get super extended, so when I say overextension, it's like, it's one thing if things are trending. Like to me, this is a trend, but when this trend goes on for this long, you start to get overextended. But then when price moves really fast, really rapidly, like this, there's usually a lot of people, are going to wait for that to pull back to get in. And once it runs this far, you're going to run out of buyers chasing it or shorts covering, either one, and you're going to get kind of a reset back down. And I'm not saying this is like, my idea is not for this to come all the way back down here. My idea is just for all this hot air that just got pushed in to just deflate back out a little bit, especially since it was on a news catalyst, a news headline. Or like NYG said, just have a level and you try. Like, you don't have to overthink it. I can tell you the thesis with it. You don't have to overthink it. You can just trade the chart. But overextended. So, I mean, look at NQ this morning. NQ starts doing this. At a certain point, you get super overextended. You need to reset. Here, let me go to this that has like some 15-minute. So like, look, 15-minute, you have all these EMAs, SMAs, whatever. So it doesn't matter what they are, but like on a 15-minute chart, just for the visual, you have them all compressed. You have a lot of price compression. We talked about this morning. So you had, multiple resistances here with higher lows into that same resistance. So then once that breaks, anybody that was positioned short here is getting stopped out. And so that creates a further push. So it's like a bull flag breakout for the pattern traders, whatever it is. But when this starts running, eventually you see like big candle, and then it starts getting smaller, 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 because you're getting very extended. I mean, if you looked at an RSI, RSI is at 90, 88 on a 15-minute chart. So you're going to eventually, reset. Now, sometimes you kind of reset through time. Sometimes you reset through price a little bit. And you see you kind of come back in. If I go to the 10-minute, here's the 21 on the 10-minute, the yellow one. And you can see you reset. You got back to like the 21. And there you go. So this is what I mean by overextension. A bunch of green candles in a row pushing away from even fast moving averages. So then price either typically goes sideways for those to catch up, or price pulls back into those. And then you look to continue the trend. So hopefully that makes sense. Even if you go to like a 30-minute, you can really see you get this type of candle, you're usually going to get some kind of consolidation or reset. This kind of hourly candle, I mean, just look at the size of that candle compared to everything else. Here's another example back here. What day was this? Tuesday. When I was at the NICE. So like on this day right here, huge ripper, slowed down and just went sideways, and it was so strong, like even these weren't catching up. And then you just continued and continued and continued, but it started to like slow down, and eventually you see price catches back up. If we go to the 5-minute on that day, let's see, let me go Tuesday the 4th. If you go to the 5-minute on this day, you'll notice big push, and then it kind of just starts just going sideways. So this right here is what I call more of a time consolidation. I mean, it was kind of drifting higher, but the EMA 9 on the 5-minute chart finally, for the first time, caught up right here. For the first time since the open, so 9:30 to 10:55, you caught up, and then look, buyers immediately step in, and then they just people were off sides. They just had to chase this all day long. So when I talk about overextension, and that's an extreme example. But when I talk about overextension, I mean this one as well. So the other day on the downside, here's the 15-minute chart, and it just, hadn't even touched these in forever. It just kept going, kept going, kept going. Finally, did a little bit of pullback, catches up to the moving averages. Then you get one more. I'm looking for the opposite of this to happen today. By the opposite, I mean to the upside. And then you'd look for this back into the close today, which would be, obviously, it would look like this for the upside. I'll draw it in a second. But then once this happens and you've made a huge move down, like even right here, this is a huge move down, you pop back into those. It's just like that rubber band gets stretched and then snaps back. So when price gets really stretched one direction, you start to get shorts. Like in this case, you have anybody that's short here, they're starting to hit targets to the downside, so they're going to cover. And anybody that's like maybe got some type of level or something down here, they're saying, hey, if price comes back down here, I'm willing to take a shot long. Maybe they didn't get in on this, so this is their pullback to try to get in. So you have both sides happening. You have potential buyers coming in this area, but you have anybody that's short from here or here. This is where are they taking profit? They're going to be taking profit, and when they take profit, that they're covering shorts. That's buying, right? So possible new longs. This one, I would almost say this is probably just short covering. I mean, and then look, how many red candles in a row do you get? At a certain point, that becomes very overextended, very unlikely to get another one. There's like data that backs it up. So today, the opposite of what I just showed looks like this. Big move up, come back into it, get a second move, a little leg higher. Maybe not that high, but like this. And then kind of a back check into this area. That's my general thought path for today. It may just keep going, but that's my general general path and thought for today. There we go, oil. Come on down. Come on down. You're the next contestant. Oh, I gotta be. Sorry, I got my guest guys here to fill me up. Be right back, guys. Remember, 8165 is my next trim on oil. So right here, my gas guy is here. He's gonna fill up my gas tank for the house. So I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. I don't hate trying the NQ short here at IB high and with QQQ, but I don't like that we closed over the NFP. All right, we got gas. What is my this is $1 million question, and I don't have a direct answer like most traders. So the best way I can describe my trading is confluence, vibes, I don't know what you want to call it. Essentially, I mean, I'm price action first plus levels, but also like, yeah, it's a mix. Like, so the last part, it's like a mix, but like, honestly, I just don't even know. I don't even know how. So like, I've had the pleasure of trading with a lot of really good traders for the last several years, and a lot of them have their specific systems, and I have a pretty solid understanding of their systems. So it's basically lining all of those up. So what I look for is, can I line up 3, 4, 5 pieces of confluence and take an entry, which I feel like gives me a good probability of being correct on an entry, a reaction point. I'm then going to de-risk the trade. And then after the de-risk, I'm going to try to let my runners do the work for me. So that's the, yeah, I mean, that's the best way. Because like, for example, I don't have like a deep understanding of auction market theory, but I have a basic one because I've traded with Rizzo for 3 years. And so I can eyeball things, and then I can also just check with Rizzo too, which helps. But I can eyeball things and be like, I bet Rizzo has a level here, or I have a basic understanding of how he looks at price movement and analyzes the chart. I have a really good handle on support and resistance, you know, and what the candles themselves are saying. Like Maple's like momentum style. So I can use it, and I can use it in one of two ways. I can either literally trade, like for example, the candle by candle method. I can either like line up the candle by candle method with my trade, or I can look at a momentum trader having a trade play out, and when that trade finishes, so like let's say, you know, say Maple or whoever gets long off the EMAs on a red candle pullback, they get the move and reaction they're looking for. They're taking profit and trimming into an area that I like for reversal. Okay, well, hey, the people that are playing momentum, they're trimming, they're taking profit, or they're covering shorts, whatever it is, at the same spot that I'm looking for price to reverse. That's another layer of confluence for me. So there's that. Jordan and even like some of the ICT concepts that are just renamed old concepts. If there's fair value gaps, whatever you want to call it, if there's SMT, like there's little things like that I can be like, hey, well, I have these 4 things that I like, and then, oh, well, the ICT guys like this piece, or all the ICT guys are getting stopped out right here. I like it for continuation because it's about to run all of these, you know, stops, whatever it is. You can use it on both sides, right? But I mean, I also use a lot of data and statistics. So, you know, based on previous day's range, you know, I look at big picture to small picture, just a lot of things. And honestly, kind of what MYG said, or, you know, it's just like a whole lot of stuff, or even, so like what Frosty said here too. Imp is using a superpower of ADHD. Yeah, I'm extremely ADHD. I think I've told the story multiple times. But I have a very, very, very high level of ADHD. I also cannot get Adderall where I live in Mexico. Mexico does not have Adderall, so I've just been raw dogging it for the last almost 4 years, right at 4 years. What ADHD helps me do is look at a whole lot of things at once, process a whole lot of things at once, because I can literally just jump around and be everywhere. So whenever I look and I see some of the Mag 7s all kind of curling or showing reversals, if I see an SPX level that lines up also with an NQ level, if I get a headline in my ear, if I know, you know, hey, there's a 15-minute reversal signal or a 5-minute liquidity sweep, or we just tested into a 15-minute gap, a fair value gap. Like I can just literally line up those different things and say, hey, I'm going to take my entry here. I also look for like, you know, I'm more of a revert to the mean trader. So I look for reversals more than anything. But I'm looking for like price over extension. So like that rundown I did on price over extension, that's one of my like qualifying things for taking a trade or not taking a trade, either one. So when price starts to do this, there's no trade that I can really take here unless it gets super extended from like EMAs. When you get super extended, you haven't touched an EMA in, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour. Okay, I'm looking for price to at least slow down, if not pull back. So then I start to just line those things up. I take my entry, I set my risk. Sometimes I trade areas because like when you're trading futures or you're trading reversals or whatever, sometimes you're trading like an initial reaction. You're going to get out or you're going to take profit or at least trim. And then when it comes back, if it confirms and rejects that same spot again, you can take that trade again. When it comes like the third time, then I don't like it anymore. Just personally. Like if oil popped back up to that same area again, I'm not going to take that trade a third time. So like right here, you had oil hit this spot and you got the reaction. It came back to it, rejected again. So confirming that this is a, you know, pretty big level and area. You get back into it the second time. If this does this a third time, you take a third shot at this. I don't like it as much. Now you don't have like higher lows into it. So like that would be one qualifying, you know, factor. So like the daily chart, I think is probably the easiest example. Or here, let's just do like a 1 hour chart on NQ here. So here's NQ. So this is the example, right? If you try to short 30K here, you got a nice reaction. You got follow through. Perfect. It came back to it again. It rejected it again. Boom. There you go. Now, what you should have done. So if you took this trade, right? So if you were shorting against 30K, which here, let's just put it on the chart just to make it whatever. So if you shorted against 30K or say your level was down here at 980, something like that. But either way, when you come into this area after this run, you know you're probably going to get a reaction because this is probably going to be a target for a lot of people. So when this is a target for a lot of people, anybody that's long is going to sell their longs, right? They're going to lock in profit. So then you get a nice move back down. You are extended, as we talked about, extended. So you make that nice move back down. And then once it holds, you get some structure here. Look at this. You work your way right back up to the same area. Now, once it rejects again, if you wanted to short it, you could short it a second time here. But when it gets back to where it previously held, this area or this area, either one, because this is kind of your box, right? When it gets back to that, these are your trim spots. And then once this happens, it pushes back up, back over this, accepts back into this. That pushes right back into it the third time. I'm not looking to short this, even though you got a little reaction. This is a bigger picture type of trade. I'm not looking to short this anymore because I have a big move up into potential resistance. I have a decent move down. Then I have a move up again into the same one, which is a higher low. And then I have this, which is another higher low. So what usually happens? That right there. This is one of the most textbook examples I could ever see of big move into a resistance area, higher low, hit it again, higher low a second time. Here's the third shot at it. I'm not looking to, once you have a triple top, I mean, some people even say there's no such thing as a triple top. Triple top is just an area that's waiting to get ran through. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Yeah. So Alan, I like that. It's like the more times you hit it, the looser it gets. If you take a hammer and hit something once, maybe it still stays firm. You hit it a second time, it starts to loosen up. You hit it a third time, there's like structural damage at this point. Knock on the door. Once that door's been knocked on 3-4 times, I expect that door to open, at least in trading. This is looking pretty close to like a double top at IB high here again. I'm not in anything other than still sitting in oil in profit. KC Trades is here.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey. But if you want to ever talk about just a textbook setup, when you have, I mean, you know the trend right now is up. You're trending up. You hit a level, you pull back. You hit a level, you pull back less, and you hit it again and pull back even less. What do you think is going to happen? It's almost like if you drop a bouncy ball on the floor and it bounces, bounces, bounces less. You know, that bounce is getting weaker and weaker. Hey, it's KC. I missed the second long, KC. I got the first one this morning. I tried a little scalp in here, got out, was trying to watch this area. I didn't really have much here on NQ, and then I saw it on QQQ and the GEX map. But I got distracted by oil, and I shorted the shit out of oil. So
yeah, oil was fun looking. Here, you want to see something cool? Go to your SPX chart and just do 15-minute. Just do 15-minute on SPX. Now, get like your fibs for 50% retracement. All right. Mark yesterday's low.
Oh, yesterday's low.
Yesterday's low. Which Wednesday's low is where 77 like 37.
Yeah,
and then high of day where SPX went to, and then look where we bounced at. Like
at the midpoint.
Perfectly. So if you just mark your daily highs and lows all the time, right? And after you mark them, draw a fib. And from yesterday's low all the way to the run up this morning, if I'm looking for a pullback, I'm going to have yesterday's high marked. And I'm also going to have that 50% retracement of that swing low to swing high. And it couldn't have been like almost damn near more perfect. Look at that. Look at that.
And so like this is on yes, but even look at this. So not only did you come back down to the halfback, but look at look at that right there. And then
SPX, same thing. If you mark the previous high, I have a level from Monday session on SPX. It was at 7774. It was $3 off from that spot. Like that entire area.
It was also a whole number, 7,800. So you're right at a whole number too.
Just saying, I don't think things are a coincidence sometimes.
Yeah, I think it was, the 15-minute EMA was there. There was like a bunch of things that started lining up for confluence. I got distracted by oil.
Hoodie popping back up. If anyone took the hood cash secured puts with me for January 2027, just in 2 trading sessions of stress-free trading, it is up 25%. So it's roughly about $60 right here per contract gain on it. It's either going to be free money or I'm going to take hood shares at $60. I'm kind of fine with either one of those two things. I am not taking profit on hood. It's I'm either going to get shares for $60 or I'm going to catch a 100% trade and do absolutely no work from now until then. Then if anyone swung the SpaceX puts with me yesterday here live on the YouTube stream, I did trim those out this morning as we hit 140. It's a great target. So trimmed my SpaceX puts and moved a stop to entry. 140, kind of a big spot, needs to break in base underneath that to start getting the move down closer to about the 135.8 area. And then after that, go down to 132, 130 if it gets there. But did lock in some profit this morning on SpaceX and gonna secure a green trade no matter what.
You do have a 10-minute reversal again, playing out a little bit on QQQ.
Check your SPX and go to your, is that the 15? Yeah.
This would be a short right here, but the problem is I still think it's going to come up here. Maybe it does this, but I just think it's going to come back to here.
All right, you guys want to see something else that's freaking hilarious on SPX? All right, so the higher low that we bounced at for that big range for the 50% retracement. All right, now draw a fib from high of day to where the 50% retracement bounces at. And look where we're rejecting. I'm not saying it's witchcraft, but it is a little weird.
Just call that good trading.
A little weird. Now, if you draw a reverse fib, you just rejected 50% from high of day to the higher low bounce. It's crazy. And it's like almost to the dollar. To the dollar. Dude, I've been saying Tesla. Does no one look at the chart? I think she's gonna go higher.
I looked at that one earlier. If she gets over the next, whatever it was, like, what did I say, 342, I think, like gets into that gap.
If you go to Tesla, go to your weekly chart, draw a trend line. That's all I was looking at this week.
There ain't nobody actually boycotting Walmart. Boy, what a great company.
Ooh, hello, SoFi. So fine. Hello. Sade. Tell me this daily chart on SoFi is not just gonna go. Dude, I'm still in this trade from the Wolf Summit. I'm still in it. I took the SoFi calls, the average down there, and I bought the shares when it dipped down under 16 bucks. And we caught, look at Monday and Tuesday on the chart during the Wolf Summit. Pshoo! I'm still in it. Contract's still green. I haven't been stopped out the rest. And now it looks like a bull flag that just wants to rip higher.
It actually kind of does.
Dude, so
I don't like SoFi, but this, you can't deny the chart.
I don't like SoFi either, but I own it. I first bought it at $12.89. Then I bought more equity down there under 16. And when it goes up to $19 to $20, you sell it. And you just, it's like Rivian. It's like what I do with Rivian, just about. It's just one of those stocks.
just cycle it.
Yeah, it just goes back and forth. That's it. That's all it's done since what? March? This is the third time. You just got to keep doing it until it stops working.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no faith in Webull actually breaking out of this yet. It's still too early in the IPO.
Dude, don't trade Webull.
And if you're a trader, there's probably an opportunity, but like the
Is it too late to join SoFi? Yes, you're late. Very late. You will become my exit liquidity.
I don't know, if you're playing the flag,
I mean, if you want to play the bull flag breakout,
I mean, you have a pretty tight risk reward. You had like a bunch of red days in a row, and then held the 9. You're pushing above all that. Like, this isn't a bad setup for.
I mean,
higher. You should have been in like probably earlier today. But like, even if this candle closed like this today, you would probably get long tomorrow on a bottom wick.
I think you could still hold it. Like your risk would still be the bottom of the bull flag, like 1760, and then even popping up to where my zone starts at 1925. That's still just a 1-to-1 if you enter now.
Yeah, what I would say is if you really wanted this trade, if you get a wick down tomorrow,
got in when Casey said
that too. If you get a wick down tomorrow, like if it pulls down in the morning tomorrow, you get that, your stop's down here, your first target's like up here, right at 19-ish, and then your second target would be hopefully like 19.5, 20. But it did just like, I mean, the nice thing is it made a huge run and then a lot of price consolidation here. So this could get a decent expansion out. I'm not going to take that trade, but it's just because I don't like SoFi. But the chart looks fine. Come on, oil, rug it. I want to make some more money. Who's today? Thursday?
Thursday. First time I sent the chart on SoFi. I'm looking at the post right now. Only 11 people liked that post. And it was on 7/29/2026 at 1:42 p.m. Eastern. Stock bounced off $15, and I sent it when it was at 15.50. That is Wednesday. That literal bottom of SoFi. The next day, 8%. 2 days later, 11%. After that, 4%. Equity printed. Leaps printed.
10-minute reversal playing out a little bit for the scalpers. Now what? Stop filled on what, Boris? Ooh. Next trim on oil just hit.
Yeah, I mean, bought the shares at 15.22. I mean, the entry on the call leaps for SoFi. I mean, 100% for January 2027. I mean, you can't beat it. You don't need a lot. I mean, equity, what, like 20-25%, while catching leaps for 100. 15 to 18. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I do have to bounce.
I'm just trying to figure out how much more like, oil trims.
That was high of day on Unity software. Let's go.
What a beautiful oil short. When you guys took that, at least two of you were. My last target is 81.37, and I'll just leave a runner for like down here into 81, 81.04. Maybe 81.10. 81.10 is probably better.
That's a great rejection on Unity. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this trade that I'm in right now, but
what are you short Unity?
I am.
I don't hate it.
I am.
So and look, I can
think
tell you why, and
I'm
then
crazy.
I can tell you why I don't hate it, and then would love to hear your thing. So you have a huge overextension. You're very extended. As you made this big move up, you had a little bit of consolidation. You just push slightly over that, but I look left. There's huge supply right there to go with the overextension. You haven't had a red candle in a while. Far left. Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, just go to your weekly and monthly, and that's all I need to see. That's kind of where I'm at. That's it. There's literally nothing else to this chart.
Yeah, and it's an overextension into a lot of supply support. It's support and resistance, but I like that you check off both those boxes. You have all of this right here coming into it right here, and you haven't had a red candle. Big green candle, green, 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 kind of whatever, and then now this is kind of like a liquidity sweep above this and into, it's above this high, but into this. So I would look for this to get pulled back. Yeah.
If you throw volume on there as well, obviously you had big volume coming on earnings. You're not seeing the volume continuation. You're actually seeing a little bit of decrease as it's kind of chilling up in that area. So, main thing for me is freaking weekly and monthly resistance. It's in a box from top to bottom. That's literally it. do have to bounce out.
All right, I just got filled. It's over a $1 move. So it's exactly a $1 move from where I started shorting it is $1.12 or so, $1.20, $1.18 from my $1.18 from my average. Last term spot on oil. I'm gonna leave a flyer down at 81.10 in case we get some continuation. But I'm out of more than 90% of my position, wherever the math lies. And we made a lot of money shorting oil.
Let's go. All right, boys and girls, I do have to leave for the day, but I saw Imp on my phone live streaming by himself, so I had to come in on the YouTube side and come say hi and hang out with him for a little bit.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Casey. Notch
Yeah.
dropped by earlier on his way to the gym too. Just kind of hanging out.
And we'll have a full squad.
Will was here this morning, but yeah, squad will be on tomorrow. And it was just such a good day.
Yeah, like it was. I took AMD calls like this morning, like right after market opened up, and I swung those SpaceX puts, and then I traded a little bit of MNQ last night, traded a little bit today. So, yeah, SpaceX puts, couple $100. AMD was very nice. That was almost $300 per contract gain on that one, and that was within the first, hour of the day. So just been chilling since then. It's kind of how it's been. The moves have happened in the first hour of the day, and I mean, if you catch it, you catch it. If not, you're kind of getting smaller moves on the back half of the session, but nothing like you're getting in the morning. So you kind of gotta slap it while it's hot in the morning, and then kind of sit back and relax. But I'll see everyone tomorrow for FAFO Friday with all the guys on here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you later.
See you, Casey.
Later.
All right, well, the oil trade's pretty much over. Not much I feel like you're late to a short on NQ here because it's counter trend. Yes, and SPX are still holding in here, fighting. AMD actually just broke a little bit of structure. We'll see if that gets any follow through. There's Tesla still trying to make a nice move. Kind of a mixed bag when you look around, actually. NVIDIA is just hanging out at that kind of magnet spot we talked about. Apple's still weak. Google's strong. Microsoft's doing nothing. Amazon's just sitting at the lows. Meta is strong and pushing. Broadcom's rolling over a little. Tesla's about to make a new high. AMD's rolling over a little. And there's like your top 10 weighted stocks just inversing each other. Any earnings today? Yeah, AMAT. A little Tecate Thursday. I like that. I don't like Tecate that much, but I'll drink a Tecate in a pinch. I mean, this is just another classic example of a big move consolidating. I mean, this is like that ripple effect. I always talk about the ripple effect. Huge move up, pretty big move down, move up. It's like a, you know, like a ripple, or the whole bouncy ball. It bounces high, lower, lower. You're pretty close to going and making some breakfast at 12 o'clock. One kid screaming at the other. What is AMAT looked really good. I think it already played out. Yeah, there's the 50-day. AMAT good earnings sends it higher. Bad earnings sends it. This is a perfect. It's a perfect setup where this could be one of these, or this could be a reclaim, or nothing. It could just be stuck here, but this is a chart that's set up to go either way. Rejected the 50-day multiple times. Does it finally get through and get back up to here? Or does this kind of tucker out and roll back over? Last earnings was flat. Man, you go hard on beans for breakfast. We don't hardly ever eat beans, like ever. Like, the only time there's ever beans is if you order something that's like at a restaurant or whatever that has like, you know, beans as one of the like toppings or whatever, like molletes or something like that for brunch, maybe. Oil still dropping. All right. We're about to get full exit, full TP. Full exit on CL right there. 82.55 down to 81.10. Cancel all orders. I made more on this oil short than I did on NQ. Take that. Burry's covering his short position on AMAT as well. So Tesla and AMAT both.
Maxi, ciérrame las camas, por favor. ¿Qué yo hago de comer solo para mí? Te hablo. Bueno, entonces tú te vas a hacer tu comida, tú vas a lavar tu ropa.
All right. Here's my, by the way, here's my oil short. Got a little wild there at the top, but worked out. What made you decide to move to Mexico? My wife is from here. So my wife made the decision that we were moving to Mexico. But I like it. Yeah, Colin knows. Oh, DM Shamrock, when we went to an Irish pub and had a full Irish breakfast, and they had beans with the breakfast that were not great, to be honest. They weren't great. How do you do taxes? I live in Germany, I'm American. Pretty much all my stuff is still in the US. I still pay US taxes on pretty much everything. Best thing I can see is check with a CPA. There's got to be a better way for me to do it because I'm getting absolutely wrecked on some of these taxes. British food looks so damn... Like, fish and chips is good. That's about it. I'm Peruvian and my husband is Italian. Guess where we live? New York, Miami, or Houston. Kentucky. Dude, the Peruvians are super cool. Yeah, so the US, there are tax treaties where you don't get double taxed. So like you have to, as a US citizen, you have to file a tax return no matter what. If you live in one of the countries that has a tax treaty, you basically like if I got a normal job here in Mexico and paid taxes here, I would get to exclude that income from my US tax return. So my US tax return would just be zero if that was my only income. But if you have capital gains, you have, you know, whatever income, business income. Obviously, we have business in Arkansas. I have an LLC in Arkansas, so I do have to pay Arkansas taxes on some stuff, as far as I know. Yeah, so the Puerto Rico thing, you have to be in Puerto Rico at least half the year to qualify, and you do have to purchase within 2 years, I think you have to buy some like a condo, something. You got to buy something within 2 years. The other option, I think, is you can actually start a. I think you can start a business in Puerto Rico and kind of get some of the similar benefits. Yeah, that LLC in Wyoming. Yeah, I know a lot of people with the Wyoming LLC. I got to figure out a lot of stuff. I really need a good CPA that knows international. Because I feel like there's got to be a way that I can start a business here in Mexico and the US and split this up, save a lot of money. Do like my trading in one and my other stuff in the other or whatever. I don't know. The only bad thing is the dollar peso has been dropping forever, ever since I got here. There goes Tesla, the 338 that we talked about. There's first target, 21, 337, 338, and then 342, basically 341, 342 is the next spot. You clear that, and this thing should launch. Maybe not today, possibly tomorrow, but over the next week, that one is set up to go higher. Grok's a good CPA. Now it's a bad thing for me, Colin. Like when I got here, the peso was like 21, and it dropped super hard to like 15 or 16, bounced back to 20, and then now it's back to like 17 or 16 or something again. So you got to think $1 right now is worth 16 pesos. It was worth 20. So it's my spending power went down by 25%. So Peter, I'm not going to chart SOX X because I don't think you should chart leverage tickers. You use the leverage tickers based off of the actual chart. Is it too late to long SOX X? Well, SOX, what it's based off of, is hitting the 50-day and rejecting right now. So you have a decent level here, but you have the 50-day and resistance right here. So longing right here on a gap move like this, extended from daily EMAs, is too late. Even if it works out, it's too late. On SMH, if you close back below 593, it's going to look like a 50-day rejection. Yeah, you don't long into resistance on a big move up. If anything, you should have longed this on Monday or Tuesday on the pullback into the EMAs. So, big move up, you get 4 days of price consolidation. You long here and you trim here. And if it goes, it goes. If you miss this, you either have to wait for sideways here or this to catch up or back test, maybe a gap fill here, something like that. Oh, SOXX. Sorry, I was thinking SOXL. You're right. But I'm still SOXX, SMH. Like you can chart them. Yeah, you could chart this one a little bit. But look at this. Huge level right here. And the 50-day right over your head. You don't long into that. Even if this gaps up tomorrow and flies, that does not mean it's a good trade. There's trades that work out that aren't good trades. They just happen to work out. But if you're being a good trader, a tactical trader, managing risk reward, setting up risk reward in your favor, you're not longing SOX X, SOX, SOXX. You're not longing this today. This is not a, I mean, you're chasing. Unless you just have high conviction that this thing's going here and you're willing to add more. But this is just like from a tactical standpoint, this is just not an entry spot. The entry spot was here on a consolidation. Or even yesterday, gapped up. I mean, if you longed at the close yesterday off of this level right here, 546, which held at the open, like, okay, maybe I could see that. Just like when we talked about, like, was it Micron, I think? Micron, we talked about this is probably going to run all these highs and get to the 50-day. Hey, what are your thoughts on this extremely low volume we've had recently? All right, let's look at it. Let's look at it. High drawings, turn volume on. Here's SPY. So you had extremely high volume here, which was this huge push in a new all-time high. After this move happens, do you think people are buying right here? No, they're waiting. So falling volume during consolidation makes sense. It's also still summertime. So like back to school and stuff is just now happening. So it's still summertime. So I'm not concerned about it, but falling volume after huge volume makes sense. Look at all this volume here, right here as things were happening. And then look what happened. You had all the volume step in. You got this huge move up. And on the huge move up, you had very high volume. And then in the consolidation, volume has come way down, which is typical because you don't really have new buyers here. Sellers have sold what they need to. You've got, anybody with half a brain is, unless they're a shorter term trader or super long term, they're going to look at this. They're going to say, wait, after this move, these next few days, I'm not really going to long that. So you may have people it's mostly profit taking here. And then anybody that did miss out a little bit, that thinks we're going higher, a little bit of people stepping in, but most people aren't going to just, ram into that. So 2 factors, summertime, huge move just happened, consolidation, but it is still summertime, right? Will took his kids to go meet the teacher today. I think yesterday, my hometown or somebody yesterday, day before, just started school again, maybe 2 days ago. So you're just now getting kids back to school. Fall is coming. This low volume made sense because you're in a big consolidation. This was almost a signal in a way. And then this makes sense. And we'll probably have a big down day at some point over here with pretty high volume because it'll just be like a profit taking trigger. So there's my general thoughts. I hadn't looked at QQQ. What's QQQ's volume? So look at this huge volume spike coming out of that. And then this right here, huge volume spike, big move up, you're consolidating, and volume's just falling off as you consolidate. Now you're getting the breakout from there. Anybody that was long in here, probably taking some trims here, but there's not like a ton of people chasing it here. But if you got long anywhere here and you trimmed here, so anybody that's long from down here or down here, anybody that's long that was buying the dip, where are they trimming? They're trimming here, which is right where we're consolidating. And anybody that just trimmed here, they don't need to trim today. They're probably aiming for this. If you were in this trade, if you got in this trade anywhere in here for a long, you probably trimmed here, and you probably trimmed here, and your next spot is up here. Which state of Mexico? I live in Querétaro. Queretaro. Have you ever held future positions for multiple days? I have. I don't love it. Honestly, sometimes I don't mind it. I feel like if I'm like swing trading, I like options a little bit better because you get the move, you start to get expanded. You get that like IV expansion. That you get exponential gains instead of linear gains. So I mostly like just day trading futures. Every once in a while, I'll swing, my personal account. I will, if I get a really good entry, it just keeps going at the end of the day, and I think we're going to keep going. Then, I trim and maybe I leave, 1 or 2 MNQ and just kind of see how far I can ride the trend. Rizzo does it a lot. But personally, I would rather swing options just because of the exponential expansion instead of the linear. That's what I do. I'm just making sure. Let me check back and make sure. If I missed your chat at all today, guys, I'm just chilling right now. I don't have any new positions to take here. I am completely flat across the board. If I missed your chat, just drop it in again for me. Because sometimes I'm looking at too much stuff. I'm talking. I'm hearing news, whatever. 5 more chats come in. Maybe I missed your chat. But have any of y'all ever been to Mexico? Like real Mexico? Don't say Cancun. Don't say Cabo. Honestly, don't even say Vallarta, even though I count Vallarta a little bit more. Ooh, NVIDIA getting a little perky. With NQ getting a little perky. Apple. Workday possible buyout. Halted. Workday just got halted. Sorry, like 3 news headlines just came out. Apple opens advanced manufacturing center in Houston. Workday possible buyout. Somebody's in talks of buying out Workday. All right. Eva, you do have to come visit. I mean, I'm not in South America. South America is great too, I'm sure, but Central America, you got to come to Central America. Yeah, Finster knows. Mexico City. I might go to Mexico City next weekend. Or late next week. My parents are coming. My daughter's birthday's next week. First birthday. My parents are coming in. So next week on the streams, I'll be leaving a little bit early Wednesday to go pick them up. And then that Thursday and Friday, I don't plan on being around much at all for the streams. I may be able to check in for a little bit. It just depends. I'm still planning out like what all we're gonna do while they're here. But just to give you guys a heads up for next week, that's Wednesday, late Wednesday afternoon, which Jordan should probably be here covering that day. But next Thursday we may not have a morning stream, and then Friday it'll probably be the rest of the crew, and I'll just be checking in. Cuernavaca, I have not been down to Cuernavaca yet, but I heard it's really nice. It's like the white, or not the Wi-Fi. It's like the what do you call it? Like the escape from Mexico City, like to get out of the hustle and bustle. I've only been to Cancun and Cabo, so that's what I'm saying. You have to get away from. So Cancun and Cabo are great. Like that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if you haven't really experienced Mexico, if you've only been to Cancun or Cabo. Monterrey, Zacatecas, Guadalajara. I've been through Monterrey. I've been to Guadalajara. I haven't been to Zacatecas. I don't really have a whole... I have a friend that's from up there, but I don't really have a big reason to go to Zacatecas. I've heard it's really interesting, though. Like, just old school silver mining. CRM, I didn't hear any news on that. ZWAP, look, Grateful Surf, I will qualify this because it's not the same. Like Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo is not a typical tourist place. Even Vallarta, I would almost say like Vallarta kind of counts because it does kind of have that, still has that vibe to it instead of just being all straight up. Tijuana is very different. Ensenada, yeah, very different than a lot of the rest of Mexico, but still, I mean, I still count that, 100% count that. It's kind of like if you say, like, if you've been to California versus you've been to anywhere in the South. Very different. Like, to me, I mean, the U.S. is just so spread out, so big, but to me, like, Baja California, it's nice. Get away from Cabo and actually go somewhere else and just kind of see it a little bit, but you have to come, like, you guys got to come to, like, central Mexico, the heart of Mexico. Guadalajara, León, Querétaro, Mexico City, Puebla. Been to Tijuana. Tulum. So Tulum, like, you could put that one on the list. At least you didn't just stay at a resort in Cancun. Like, you at least kind of saw a little bit more. You saw some of the historic stuff if you went down to Tulum. So I'll count Tulum. Ensenada. Culiacan. Oh, Workday's back open. I do want to go to Mazatlan, actually. To the beach sometime. Oh, dude, the food in Mexico City is incredible. If you've never been to Mexico City, it is a experience and a half. True Social. Workday just halted again. This True Social post. Big win today is U.S. Court of International Trade on one of the most despicable loopholes in American trade policy, the so-called de minimis exemption. For years, foreign shippers could send packages worth up to $800 into our country. Duty-free, no tariff, far less scrutiny. Became a giant loophole for tariff cheats. So this is a shot at Temu and Shein. There you go. That was a nice bounce spot on NQ there. Workday's halted a second time. Which city would be the best for US expats? So I don't want to sound biased, but it's definitely my city. Also, like nearby here is a place called San Miguel de Allende, and literally half of that it's like an old style pueblo with a beautiful. I mean, it's it was kind of like original like colonial type of times, and it's got a beautiful cathedral in the middle of town that looks like the Disney castle. But San Miguel de Allende, like half of that place is expats now. A lot of Americans live there, a ton of Canadians live there, and a lot of Europeans as well. So that one is super popular if you want more of like if you don't want the big city vibes. San Miguel de Allende, which is an hour away from me, or the city that I live in, by far one of the best. You can put Mexico City on that list if you want. Mexico City is getting very expensive. A lot of people have moved there. A lot of people are moving out of there actually to move up here where I live. There's other great places too. Vallarta's would be a great place as well. A lot of US expats live out there because of the beach. So it just depends what you're looking for. Yeah, San Miguel, you know. Sayulita is a hidden gem, by the way. Sierra is onto something right here. Sayulita is a hidden gem in Nayarit. It's just like an hour or so north of Vallarta. Beautiful, beautiful old kind of surfing village, fishing village. Beautiful, beautiful place. We actually, when we go to Vallarta, when we come in off of the freeway, whatever, the toll highway, we just pull in there and stop usually for lunch, brunch, lunch, or whatever, and then head on down to Vallarta from there. Jalisco? Yeah, Jalisco's nice. Yeah, you'll be okay, Eva, as a tourist. You'll be fine. Roasted some coffee beans from Chiapas. Wow, service now. I wonder if that's just based off of the Does anybody have a headline for service now? Or is this just moving with Workday because of the valuation?
Yeah, I don't have a headline on ServiceNow. I just know a couple people texted me that they.
So Workday, I think I don't know if there's like another headline, but so Workday is on its second halt, possible buyout. And so I don't know if ServiceNow is just reacting off of that because of the it's like the same kind of the same realm maybe, or if there's a separate headline. If somebody's got a separate headline,
people
please
were
let me
telling
know.
me they were seeing Flow and Voltec about now. I mean, obviously that's not the reason why it's moving like that. It's got to be connected to Workday. That's the only thing.
I think it's this Workday. Look at Workday's now 220, just unhalted again. They just third halted this thing. Third halt on Workday. Everything I'm seeing is just moving with Workday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Nothing crazy. Ooh, I'm actually gonna short now. So, based on data,
SAP is also reacting with this news. If anybody else is looking for sympathy plays. Probably a little bit late, but
that we've been calculating. So when now, or just any specific ticker, when it's a certain percentage away and it gets into a specific level, in this case, the volt at 130, when it gets to that level, 84% of the time it touches that level, it rejects and pulls back. And we didn't get to 130, but we got to 129.80 and we're pulling back already. So we were 20 cents off. Damn. I wish I saw that a few minutes earlier. That would have been a nice one right there. Oh, I couldn't hear you. Were you saying something to me? I saw you speaking, but
no, I was talking to I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah. No. What did you actually say? Because it was weird. You just like went muted, and I saw you speaking, but I didn't know what you were saying.
So I want to answer Dom's questions. I'm gonna leave it up here, but I was looking at this. Yeah, it serves now. You almost got there. I just started clicking wrong buttons everywhere. It just threw me off. But I see exactly what you're talking about. I want to see the chart on this thing. Yeah, look at that. You should like automate this.
What do you mean by that?
You should have Voltic when you get like these parameters. It just automatically takes like 127 puts or something.
That's something I'm looking into right now.
That'd be pretty cool.
So, I agree with you.
Workday has a possible buyout. That's what the news was, if anybody didn't hear it. SAP and ServiceNow, NOW, are both reacting to that same news because of the valuation type of stuff. Now, what's it? MNDY, I think CRM, GitLab, they're probably all reacting. We had to. I do want to answer Dom's question here. How do you get comfortable with not taking a trade or not being satisfied with day's profit? It's because you think about it like a business decision. That's what one thing that like that mindset's always helped me. Let's say that I work for Knots. Knots is my boss. And every trade that I take, I have to go sit down in front of Knots at his desk, and I have to explain to him why I took this trade, what the opportunity was, what the risk was, and what lined up, like defend it that way. And if you use that mindset with yourself, because when you're trading, you're your own boss, basically. But if you use that mindset of like, this is a business decision, each trade is a business decision, could I explain this to someone else and defend it if I took a trade right here? Or would they be upset with me because I'm gambling? Like, you just took a trade just to take a trade. Or did you take a trade because you had X, Y, and Z that all set up? This is why you took it. This is where it was invalidated. This is where you thought it would go. So, like, can you line those things out and explain it? That's one way that I would approach it, Dom. The other thing is you just have to you have to figure out yourself, but you just have to force yourself to get comfortable not being in a trade all of the time. One thing that, and I've said this probably 3 times in the last 2 weeks, one thing that I did was force myself. There was a period of time where I forced myself to not trade for like the first 2-3 hours of the day. Or after I took one trade, I forced myself not to take another trade, no matter what the opportunity was. I forced myself not to take another trade for 3 hours. Did I miss opportunities? Sure, here and there I did. It was probably a lot less opportunities than you realize. But what I did was I reinforced this discipline muscle of not having to just click buttons and be in a trade over and over. And there's enough times where you give back profit or you dig a hole deeper because you're like not satisfied with your P&L in the day, forget about your P&L. If the trade setup is there and the trade setup's good, take the trade. If you've made good money for the day, you've already won 2 trades for the day, probably back off a little bit. Probably think about not taking the trade. But that, like, that's one side of it. And then, like, not being satisfied with the day's profit, even though if you know, okay. Look, Frank sells real estate. There's days where he works and works and works, doesn't make any money. But he did the job that he was supposed to do. He knows he took care of things. Things didn't work out, whatever. You know, big deal. Sometimes you work and you don't get paid in certain jobs. In this job for trading, hey, if you miss an opportunity, like if you didn't get long this morning, if I didn't get long this morning, I can tell you from my perspective, if I didn't get long this morning, I would have been sitting here until right here to take a little scalp trade. I probably would have tried it. Yeah, I probably would have tried it right here and made a little scalp trade. And I probably would have missed the second move. And I probably would have made very little money. And I just know, just because I'm actually looking at it from a trading standpoint, I know shorting is counter trend. And it's most likely going to work its way back up. And look at what we're doing right here. A little triple top with higher lows. It's the same look that we have on the daily. We're most likely going to go up here today. Do I want a long up here? What am I risking? What am I able to risk by going long up here? I don't have much, much to be able to do there. But I don't want to short it because this is not a short setup unless it breaks some kind of sets a trend structure and breaks it, or stops making higher lows. So it's like literally, if I had to defend the trades to someone else, to a boss, to whoever, I mean, because if I went to Knots right now and said, Knots, I'm shorting this, and Knots said, why are you shorting this? Well, okay, well, I'm shorting here because, it's resistance right now. And Knots is looking at me going, this is a heavy uptrend with 2 higher lows into this. If I lose this trade and I had to explain it to Knots is going to fire me. He's going to be like, what are you doing? Like, you just lost money for no reason. That's not a good business decision. And if you long right here and it just peters out and you end up losing money this way, you didn't have good risk reward on either side. Don't take a trade. But honestly, the thing that helped me the most was forcing myself to get comfortable not being in a trade. Getting comfortable just sitting and watching for 2-3 hours sometimes. Do whatever it takes to distract yourself. I've tried everything. Trust me. I've told the battery with my mouse, like taking the batteries out of my mouse story. I've told that story a couple times. I've clicked my there's been a couple times where I kept trading view up and I closed out completely out of trade of 8 or top step or whatever it was. So I just couldn't click the button unless I went and logged all the way back in. So I at least had some type of some type of friction point before I could even get there. Yeah, Profess. I love this. I absolutely love this. Missed the move this morning due to work, internet. So I thought of Ryan and what he's been doing all week. I set out to live another day. Wasn't easy. It's not. I'm not saying it gets a little bit easier, but it doesn't make it easy. But it's the right decision. Ho 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 ho. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho.
Hey, see, do you hear him or is he muted?
No, he's muted. There's a little mute sign over his head.
Okay.
Everybody loves Ace the Kid. That boy's jaw is like lightning. He mog's a little bit frightening. What are you eating? Ears?
Sorry, my computer, when I get on Restream on my Mac, it like glitches out for like 2 minutes, so I couldn't even unmute myself, but we're here. How we doing? I got Poke Bowl. Delicious Poke Bowl.
So my next short area is an extension from, it's at 300 up to 320. If not there, it's at like 425. So a push to here, which because of this long consolidation actually makes me a little bit nervous, but that's where my spot is. There's a couple things that line up, but that same area is going to be right around 735. And then on SPX, if SPX gets back to this that we saw growing, so if this, the breakout on NQ gets up there and SPX gets back to here for a possible double top, there's probably enough for me to take that trade. That's what I've been planning out all day. If we're able to get there, but that's the only way I would be able to do that is say, hey, there was order sitting at 300 all morning on the book map. It was kind of the upper end of liquidity. It's where I have a fib extension. So I can take that trade because I know that trade's set up and probably need one more or two more pieces of confluence to feel good about it. And it would just be for a counter trend trade back to, I mean, I would be trimming back at the high at 266, and then I would be looking for this 242 to 238 area. So it would be, and it needs to get there quick too. So it would need to go here quick on an overextension, and then I would look for this right here. And I would be out half the trade here, most of the trade here, and anything down here is cherries on top. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this one. A lot of, so Trade of 8, TopStop, I'm sure others have added lockout features. It's like before they had lockout features, I would just click the X and just X out completely. But now you can completely remove that. I mean, I switch accounts. That's how I do it as well. I just close an account down and just move that account off my screen. But
that helped me condition myself to like
Yeah.
not overtrade. Now I don't need it, but you know.
Right, but like, yeah, just to get it, you know, to build the discipline when you're building the discipline. So if like for me, when this big move happened and then this move happened, I haven't really been too interested in much right now. I could have, you know, I took, you know, big trade this morning and then I was in the oil trade here. I honestly could just lock myself out for the next hour and just say, hey, I'm not even going to let myself be tempted. I have two big wins on the day. What's my expectation? And when I say big, I mean big wins that were big moves, not like I hammered a lot of size or anything, because I didn't. I had 6 micros on the NQ trade this morning. Trimmed along the way for 250 total points, made just under $1,400. And then big trade on oil. Big trade here on oil. I'm flat. I'm comfortable just sitting here and waiting. You know, I'm waiting for my trade. And like, honestly, a lot of times if you plan a trade instead of reacting to a trade, like there is some a reaction fact to it, but a lot of people take trades just reacting to what's happening on the chart. But if you plan out like, hey, when I do my analysis, this spot is where I want to look to get involved, or this spot is where I want to look to get involved, or on NQ, like this spot I want to get involved in. I don't want to get involved anywhere here. And then up here is where I want to get involved. So if you just say, hey, going into today, these are the 2 spots that I'm willing to take trades. Anything that happens in here, no thank you.
Yeah.
I can't get involved. And I hear Rizzo say this all the time. And it's one thing that I've learned from him that I really like. He's like, if this happens, I can't get involved. Can't get involved anywhere here. That's how yesterday was. Yesterday, when we were doing all this right here, I was like, I can't get involved anywhere in this mess. Hold on, let me hide this. Anywhere in this mess, I said I can't get involved. And when we came back up here to the midpoint, I had some statistics and a reason to try to get involved up here. But this whole piece right here and this whole piece after this played out, this whole piece here and here, I had no reason that I could explain to anyone for me to get involved in a trade. Jordan got in a trade from here looking for this. I wasn't in it. This mess right here, I had no business taking any new trades. I had this area here, and I had this area here.
That was like a half-ass shot too. That you saw the trade I posted.
Yeah. And also, I had and I even planned it out in the morning.
Again,
I said,
small risk. I'll give a half-ass trade a shot like that. You know what I mean? When I have the risk management that I've been dealing with. You know what I mean?
The other thing I said in the morning, sorry, real fast, Jordan. In the morning yesterday on the stream, I had 780 marked on my chart. I drew this box down here, and I said, down here is where I'm willing to get long today. When we were doing all this up here, we didn't ever get down there, so I wasn't willing to get long. And then look where we came down to overnight. Perfectly. I wasn't at home. I was driving down the street with my son. This happened. I didn't get in there, and it went without me. But once it got back over this stuff this morning and then got over this, I got involved right here, rode the breakout, which isn't my favorite thing.
Bro, I was so bullish, dude. Oh, I was so bullish. I had no entry. I was pissed though. I was like, dude, bullish. All these previous day highs, I'm looking to run. Market opens, drops, and I didn't even get any entry criteria, to be honest. Like, I could have tried it off. I had a little order block there or something, but
dude, I literally bought,
and we just left those lows, dude, and went straight up. And I was like, all right, I'm cooked, unfortunately.
I bought this entire when we went straight through 30K. I bought this entire candle down to 30K, down to 996. My best fill was at 996, was like the exact like bottom tick of this candle. Because what was that? What was 996? It was basically yesterday's high. So I started buying all the way down to this, and then it ripped. I had that 265 fib extension. I wanted 300, but once I saw this candle print here, I got out right here like 240, 250. My last exit on the runners. Obviously, I trimmed all the way into here. I had this this spot right here, 180 confirmed by Bookmap. So big trims here. Got all the way out up here. And I haven't done anything on NQ really since. I tried one bounce in this area just for like a scalp. It didn't work out. I mean, I made 20 points and then got stopped out. So it was kind of like I don't know, I didn't make any money off of it. But the point being, I didn't really have a reason to get long here because I got distracted by oil. So I missed the trade. Big deal. I had a good trade on oil. Missed this trade. Could have taken this one here, honestly. There was decent risk reward right here. But I'll just wait.
I took one small loss. I tried to short. I was looking for market to rebalance that midpoint of the New York session. We didn't need to. Market too bullish. But I was just playing off of that structure break that we saw at like 11 o'clock, where we broke those range lows, started trending down a bit more. We got caught by hourly lows, which was something that was going against me, but I was a little more confident that we would go and try and like retrace to that midpoint. So that was the main reason. Didn't want to, and that's all right.
All right, gentlemen and gentle ladies, we're gonna go play dad, so I will catch you later.
I'll bet. Heard that. Love you, Notch. That was
bye.
That was also not even a half risk loss. That was less than a half risk loss because my risk reward was so good that it told me, oh, I should have been in 9 contracts, and I took 5 instead because I didn't need it. I didn't need all those contracts. I'd rather take smaller risk and still have a huge reward and end up taking a small loss. All goody. I'm down I think I'm down $400 maybe in every single account this whole week. That's what good risk management does for you.
Look at this meta move. I bought some meta yesterday too. I didn't buy a whole lot of stuff, but I bought a little bit yesterday. Actually, I like this line of thinking. Or even if you like, I'm 37. I started trading basically 5 years ago. How many moves did I miss before that? The market's always there. There's always another opportunity. You go on vacation for a week and you don't trade, and you come back, there's all of a sudden you come back, there's opportunities again. Maybe not the day you get back, but market always has more opportunities. It's always there. Your focus should be on staying solvent. Once again, if people would just literally focus on not losing instead of only trying to win all the time, it would be a much better risk profile for you.
And I know we say it, but size down, slow down, man. You're scared of losses because you're too heavy. Loss, win, like genuinely these days, guys, there's no difference in my emotion. Zero difference. Of course, we're going to react for like streams and stuff, but like genuinely, if taking a loss irks you, you're heavy. You're too heavy. I'll go take 6 losses in a row and not bat an eye. Could care less. Give a fuck. Don't care. Because the amount of times I'm right versus the amount of times I'm wrong has no correlation to whether I make money or not. It's how much am I winning, how much am I losing. I could lose 8 trades out of 10. But those 2 trades are bangers. Generally, we don't want to be doing that, right? I want to win more than that, but...
It's a good question, Professor. I need somebody to clip up half of what I went through today and just start posting. I had some absolute nuggets today.
You needed some desperate help. But Nate Dogg and the G Child were in need of something else. One of them dames was sexy as hell. I said, ooh, I like your style.
We just make a new high of day. Come on, please just run it up there. I'm telling you I already told you where my orders are. Don't pause here. Keep going. Yes, Littlefoot, I have resting orders at $2.99 and I'm just front running it. $2.99 and $3.19. And I can always add more, whatever. Like, that's where my resting orders are at. I hope we don't just like double top here.
When I think of Jordan, it usually involves giving L's to others. All the rats come out. See what happens, ladies and gents. All the rats. Speaking of failing, you know how ready and willing you should be to fail? You should be way more willing to fail than you already are. You know why? Let's put something into perspective. You guys know Frank Sinatra, big dog. You know he made 1,200 songs. 209 of them were hits. That's a 17% success rate. Babe Ruth, what he had like, I don't know, like 8,000 attempts to like swing the bat or whatever. I think he only had 700 or something home runs. What's the percentage rate on that? Like less than 10% success rate? What was the other one? I gotta look this one up. Pablo Picasso. This one's crazy. Pablo Picasso made 150,000 pieces. 150,000 pieces of art. Only 1,170 of them were actual hits. That's a 0.7% success rate. It's crazy. That's wild. Just some perspective.
Looks like it's just going to reject this spot again. And I just won't have the trade.
The biggest winners are actually just the biggest failures, the biggest losers in the world. They just fail more than the other guy. Isn't that awesome? That means you just have to try.
Somebody just longed the breakout right here. Oh, this candle closed up here.
Oh fuck!
Made a new high. Somebody just longed that.
Enjoy.
Oh, I originally thought about reshorting that 265. I just didn't have the right risk profile, and here we are. SPX also is just stuck at this spot. Yeah, Gabriel. The old me would have longed that. Old me would have longed right up here. Hold on. Got just wrecked. And if I draw you guys the big picture right here, you'll see why. If I go from the high and low, there's the 786 retracement. That's what I have right here on the shorter time frame. I mean, if you want to look at this 15-minute candle and try to short it, sure. I don't hate it, and you're back within the IB. But if you short it here, like, you're going to have to either do a pretty tight stop because you're still within the trend. Could break right here, though. That was a pretty solid rejection. You still haven't really broken trend structure. You still have higher lows. You just made a higher high. So, whatever. Gold's dumping. A little new low day. 4,400 whole number. It's actually not an awful bounce spot. The other thing is you're shorting QQQ right into an NFP. Gee, PayPal. What? Yikes.
FP does mean non-farm payrolls. Non-farm payroll data.
It does mean non-farm payroll.
Yeah, we mark out the highs and the lows from that data point. Use those as levels.
And look, so somebody looked at that 15-minute candle and this 5-minute candle, and they said, oh, it's short. And they shorted down here right into an NFP level. And you're right back above IB high. Even if you did tight risk, you're taking an unnecessary loss. I mean, price just dropped 50 points, and then you're shorting it. Without trend structure break, without any confirmation. And once again, a trade can work out, doesn't mean it's a good trade. Now, you click your own buttons, do your own thing. I'm just telling you from my perspective.
Dude, more people need to hear that shit. They think just because they won on a trade, it's a good trade. Let me fucking learn you something real quick.
Look, I've won a lot of bad trades, and it does not help.
It only makes things worse, dude. If you're getting rewarded for doing things that will never bring you like long-term longevity, it's the worst thing that can happen. That was me when I first started trading that money I got given. I started making a bunch of money. I thought that shit was easy. What, a few weeks later, blew 25 grand in one day. Bye-bye. Good night.
See, look,
Because I thought shit was sweet.
Look at ES and SPX right here. Do you have enough confidence to be shorting Q when you see this? This didn't even get a full pullback.
Remember when you said that somebody's buying the breakout? That position got stopped and now it's right back where it was. I love it. Five years ago, pretty much. Oh, 6.
And see, like right now, I can look at these two side by side and tell you there's divergence that I don't want to be fighting. The S&P is pushing up still, even though this pulled back. Which makes me think this probably makes the push at once. And
What's
this
up,
probably
boys?
just comes back to here. What's up, Frankie?
What's up, Frankie?
I'm long on that dip.
And Jason, just on the NFP thing, so there's a whole system built around it. It's credit to paper gains on that. But essentially, you're marking the high and low from the moment the market gets the NFP data. So on last Friday, when the NFP data came out, you mark from 8:30 in the morning. You go mark the high and the low on QQQ, on SPY, anything else if you want to. But those are the two big dogs. And price likes to bounce around within those ranges. It's able to break and base, open and close outside of that range. You look for it to track towards the next range. And then for intraday day trading, you look for reactions at those spots, and you also look for magnets towards those spots, similar to what Gex does, right? You look for it to react to the spot, and you also look for it to magnet towards the big levels where big positioning is. The whole system has been heavily back tested. It has specific rules around it. Paper Gains teaches the whole course and has the whole system built around it. And you've most likely have never heard of anyone else trade off of NFP. But it's a way for the market to price things in. What's dropping in tech right now? Semis. Semis are soft. The rest of the market still has a bid under it. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say it's like 78% or 82%, something like that. But there's a lot of qualifying factors, all kinds of stuff. I use it as much as anything. I use it for like big picture, and then I use it intraday for entries, exits, or staying away from trades, like as a general draw. Like a lot of times if I see an NFP and I have like some levels before it, I will wait and see like, do we get drawn all the way to that NFP before we get the reaction? Now you're getting into the last part of the day where you think uptrend, usually close at or near the highs, but you also just wicked a new high and may get some profit taking into the close, so can make both arguments, which means I probably don't need to do much else today. Swinging some Google Lottos. SPX, we know where the biggest magnet is. Right here. 30 minutes left. Just see who's paying attention here.
Lucid giveaway.
50K Lucid Pro giveaway is happening right now. If you're paying attention, you're probably already typing random numbers between 1 and 500 into the chat. Whoever guesses the correct number will win a 50K Lucid Pro eval account, completely free of charge. One person, two people have gotten close. The number is between 1 and 500, Jarrett, not 147,000. Three people, four people are close. Five people are close. 6, 7 people are close.
Still long added.
Did you long NQ or?
Sir. Yes, sir. I traded around the position, then I added pretty large.
If you're guessing less than 350, you are too low. I don't know what the number is, but I believe it is between 350 and 450. Frank's echoing.
Sorry.
There's somebody is all over this, super close. Any second, one of you guys are about to get this 50K free Lucid Pro account. Reminder, code Wolf gets you the best discount at Lucid or whatever your favorite prop firm is. Whatever promotion they're running, code Wolf is going to get you that. Also, the more you guys use code Wolf, the more giveaways they typically get. There we have a winner. And look who it is. Look who it is, Mr. 1HP. An OG Wolfpack member here every day, all day. 1HP is the winner. 1HP, please. I don't know. I should have your X, but I don't think I do. So just put it in the chat either way. And I'll send you this code for a free 50K Lucid Pro evaluation account. One HP. What is your username on X, please? 424 was the winning number, by the way. Oh, there you are. Bang, bang. There's our second winner of the day. And I can't see anything, you guys. $424, I believe, was the correct number. From what I could see. SPX is getting drawn right back to that 7800 Gex magnet. I cannot see Restream at all right now, but I can see my charts. So we're still here. I can't even hide the number, like the message off the screen. Please don't type numbers again. Will is typing up a strongly worded email to somebody right now.
I was actually texting somebody on WhatsApp.
Per my last email.
Yeah.
AKA, you're an idiot.
It was an email from my teacher saying that my kids are not allowed in school.
Well, that would be bad news.
Yeah, they're too bad. They can't come here.
School year hasn't started, already expelled.
Yeah, already expelled.
Imagine a kid getting expelled at the teacher meet. Nope, don't want this kid.
Yeah,
Kick him
they're
out.
like, you know what? He's not allowed. He's out.
This is gonna be a long year. Let's get this kid out of here now.
I was that kid at one point. Oops.
Well, there you go, 1 HP. Instead of now you get to pair a 50K with a 25K. Will is emailing the Tornado Insurance Company.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys give me a payout here?
Did your kid walk in to the teacher and say the Bears got fucked this morning?
That would have been so good. They'd be probably more confused about the Chicago Bears, but
yeah. Like, what happened?
Bears got ran over, but the Bulls seemed to fight them right back all the way up.
Caleb Williams tore a ligament or something? What happened to the Bears?
Yeah.
The Bears.
I got
Mike
relonged down there.
came back.
7803 in ES and been sitting in that.
Oh, dude, I crushed an oil short.
Oh, yeah. What happened? Was there any more news? They just rugged it.
Well, it just went up way too hard. Like that's all I care about. There wasn't really any news.
8268, yep. And then just said, see you later.
I just kept like averaged all the way into that area. I ended up like after trimming and re-adding, I had like 82.55 average. And
Whoa.
I covered my last cover was at 81.10.
Oh, that's a good trade.
It was a good day. I posted it on X, all my executions. A little sloppy, but we'll take it.
Don't matter if it's green.
I guess I can cancel my resting orders at 300 on NQ because it doesn't look like we're going to get that trade today. You mean the Indiana Bears? Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, but getting close.
Let's go to Gary, Indiana. See what the Gary Bears are doing. Call them the Gary Bears.
No idea why they're going there. Like, it's
Probably
just weird.
Taxes and politics.
Well, that I get that part, but
but it's just dumb. Like it just, I don't know. Like I understand. Like so Dallas Cowboys playing Arlington. It's like a 20-minute drive. It's like right there.
Right.
It's a suburb essentially. That's fine. I get annoyed by the New York teams. Like one of the two teams should be in New York, but I understand like whatever. I don't know. If you're in a different state though, like come on.
Right.
You shouldn't be able to be in a different state. But I get it. You gotta have New York for the name. It used to be New Jersey Jets, right? I think they changed it.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Like San Fran, it makes sense. Okay, even though that one's pretty far, still they originally were, and they just moved farther out. Like, I get it. At least they're not like in another state.
Right. Crazy. Even still, though, I don't know. They should have moved it out to the west towards Arlington Heights, but guess they had issues.
That was the original. Yeah, that was the original plan. And it fell through.
Yeah, and then they couldn't get together with that city. Like the amount of business it would bring to your community is just crazy. They're going to build all around it.
I'm surprised there's not a NFL team in Canada yet, like Toronto. Surprised there's not like a. I mean, they have the CFL. I get that, but like we're talking about NFL.
Yeah, but like they got hockey, like they play in the NHL. Why can't they have a?
They play in every other major league. They play in.
Right.
They play.
Yeah,
you have baseball. You have basketball. You've got the Raptors. You have the Blue Jays. You used to have the Expos back in the day too for baseball.
Right.
Didn't work out, but. Toronto Bills. Yeah, good luck getting the Bills out of Buffalo. Same with the Packers out of Green Bay. Like, just there's just way too much deep-rooted like history and passion.
Whoa.
We got 17 minutes until the final bell rings today.
Final bell.
I mean, just think of like the. I'm trying to think of like another example that would be like dumb like that.
There's, yeah, I mean,
or like Jacksonville Jags played like up, in Georgia somewhere, like Kingsland or something,
like Savannah. Savannah Jaguars.
The Savannah Jaguars. Does SPX close over 7,800 or below? Yes. That's my answer to that question.
I think the trade, I almost did it. I didn't do it.
I love it. Yes.
I want to do that 7,800 butterfly today. I thought that was a trade, but I didn't do that one.
I would be willing to bet that it pins.
Bet you it does.
Within 5 points either side.
Yeah, you could have done it 10 wide.
If it rugs hard here into the close, I bet it bounces back, closes within 5 points. 5 minutes till the MOC. If anything, I bet they close it like right underneath. Just that way, any options that were there were not in the money. AMD's been fading all afternoon. Look at the semis. Roll over.
Roll over.
But what did I mean, so somebody asked me about the like SMH and the SOX chart earlier. What did I say? You don't long into the 50-day.
Right.
Just don't. Look, there's SMH. Here's SOX 50-day. Here's SOX X 50-day at the high. You don't long into the 50-day. That was a lot of people's target.
Right.
So when that happened, when you hit the 50-day, probably right in this area, look what happened. You started getting profit taking.
Pero no es de pijama, mi amor. Ponte ropa, es de pijama. Ponte ropa.
I do want to shout out channel partners Crane Shares. Appreciate them sponsoring some of the Power Hour today. Being a part of the team. Crane Shares, go to craneshares.com. Check out all the different ETFs. You've probably heard of a lot of the ones that they have. KWeb, for example. There's another one that's been really interesting, KSTR. China markets, they have a lot of emerging markets. They have a lot of AI. They have some leverage things. They've got all kinds of different stuff. This Coid, we had their robots. I need to post a picture of that. Took a picture with one of those robots. They came to our event, brought the robots. Super cool. They do have a robotics emerging technology ETF, which is super, super cool. Craneshares.com. Make sure you read the prospectus, summary prospectus, all the good stuff. Investment can lead to a loss of up to all of your investments. So make sure you check all that. But KOID, super cool robotics. The AGIX is also a new one, has public and private. So if you're looking at some of these private AI companies that are planning to go public, you want some exposure. Anthropic, for example, probably one of the biggest ones of the year or early next year, one of the two. AGIX, check that one out. Shout out to Crane Shares. And yes, the best question or the best comment of the day.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What?
Oil.
Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Who said something about oil?
Come on, y'all get out here.
Oil got slapped
Speaking
around.
of cooking, I'm hungry. It sure did. It also makes you feel good when you fully exit a position and it just like barely goes lower and starts working its way back up. Like, yep, that was a good exit. I did take some profit on my gold swings. Multiple rejections of the 200-day, 4,500 whole number. A little bit of a topping, near-term topping pattern. Overextension, reset. Got some more room downside, so went ahead and locked in some profits. I still like gold, but I want some exposure, but I want to lock in profits.
Yep, I think probably a buy and a pullback at some point. Maybe let the moving averages catch up, and then you can get back in it. A little drill team main.
Yeah, there's the MOC right there.
NASDAQ back to 180 for a little bounce.
44 million sell side. That at least seems like a misprint. That is tiny.
That's
very,
nothing.
very small sell side. Yeah, 448 on NASDAQ, 44 on the S&P. That looks very, very small.
Good morning, Vietnam. What's up, guys?
Whoa. Came out of nowhere.
I
I thought I was on the wrong.
Cisco is a buy side.
Wrong channel.
You thought a video started playing in your ear?
When there's a,
Yeah,
a will,
did I
there's a
click
way.
on someone? It sounded very official.
How we doing? We making money,
So
guys?
I wonder if, like, in a
Yeah.
couple minutes, we see SPX bounce down here, back, and then close like right under that.
Yeah, we made
Not
some.
trading it, but that's what I would think.
Bro, I
We had
made
a
even
good
more
long
money on that
range.
gold short. All you had to do is short green candles on gold this entire time.
Yeah, I was just showing the daily.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Look at that, 200-day, multiple upper wicks, 3-bar down. Should get continuation. It should be on watch for continuation.
Yeah, I mean EMA 9 on the daily is at what 343 on MGC, so I could see us easily tapping back into that. Maybe catching somewhere like at 373 even, like right above, but definitely got some ways to go. You guys still long M&Q?
I haven't touched it in 5 hours.
I'm flat now. I was long earlier, and then I got re-long at 03 in ES, and took that up like 15 points.
Nice.
And I cut it. So I'm flat currently.
Here comes your bounce right back towards that magnet.
Yeah, they want to pin it, don't they? God, that was I should have put it on. I had it loaded, and I'm like, eh. Then we started fading away from it. More headlines. Spooky.
Spooky, scary headlines.
Then they just rug oil right behind it.
Here we go again.
There you go.
What happened to Amazon? That thing fell apart.
It was weak all day though.
Yeah, it was. Tried to bounce and got smoked. Into
On
the close.
Netflix, you beautiful creature.
Meta really put the gas on.
Well, Bezos is just selling too.
Dude, my sofa play and Netflix
That looks
are
good.
doing great.
Listen, careful how you say that in the chat there, Mateo. Some people could take that the wrong way.
Will on wheel.
I mean, you guys missed it in New York. There was some Will and Will action. I'm not going to go into detail,
Whoa.
but we had a good time. Let's just say that, Will.
We did have a good time. What?
You promised you wouldn't tell.
Hey, I'm being ambiguous here, right? I didn't say nothing, all right?
Yeah, right back to it.
Ooh, dude, my Netflix leaps looking so good. Woo.
Look at that. Just turn the magnet on. There comes your 5-minute flip over in 12 seconds.
And enjoy the
They
pit.
shared a twin size bed.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
Sharon Nathan's with Stock Talk. Dude, that was the funniest thing ever. Everybody was walking. I turned around and just Stock Talk just stopped at the Nathan's.
Yeah, he's like, I'm getting a hot dog, dude. Yeah, what a great trading day, though. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Mateo. I am blushing.
Two,
I'll tell you what,
two
though,
big trades is all I did. That's all it takes.
best thing we did at NYC was hit the Raising Cane's line when everybody was doing a park, doing a few laps.
I should have gotten that line with y'all, dude. I should have gotten
So
that
good.
line with y'all.
I was so
some
happy
people are
after
leaders,
that.
some people are followers. Some people don't follow. They
I'm
should.
still saying
Well,
though,
no, Ryan, you should have turned your copy trader on, and I would just have a follower account on you.
Beakbot.
Here's the thing.
Beakbot for food.
You got to pay extra for that.
Gladly, dude. Gladly would, man. I
The
was
funny
just
thing
like
is,
so
me
lost.
and Will went in there. We could have ordered for more people, but you don't get those kind of benefits if you're not in the trenches. And we were in the trenches at first. That line moved so efficiently.
It was fast.
That was
The guy was like,
impressive.
"Oh,
That
it's
was
not
an
that bad." I was like,
impressive
"No way!
operation.
There's like 300 people in there." He's like, "No, it goes
Yeah,
fast." I was like, "Okay, we got in line." He was right. It went fast.
yeah, he was like, "Get in this line over here." Okay.
He's
I
like,
actually
"This
never
longer.
have been to Raising Cane's.
Priority
How many
pass."
options do they have there? Is it just like one option, like one menu item?
Close. It's like 5. So there's
Okay.
like 4 different sizes of chicken tenders, and I think there's a sandwich.
Okay, so it's like Guthrie's then. Hell yeah. So I mean, that's I love restaurants like that because they typically go really fast. Like the line goes extremely fast because people can't sit there going, "Oh, can I do let's see, I don't know. There's too
How about
much."
Spy on the 4-hour? What about Spy on the 4-hour? Mr. Fox.
I might get some.
All right, Dialect.
Chicken.
Dialect's headed out. Have a great day. Zero Fox, what's your question about this 4-hour on Spy? Because I don't see anything concerning.
Tell you what, though, Netflix is making a nice little move here.
Yeah, dude, it's great. It's great.
78 bones now.
Yeah, I want to see us run up to like $88. No, I'll consider taking some profits off the table.
Oh, does it look good? Yeah. I mean, or taking a new trade, I probably wouldn't take a new trade, but if you look at the daily or the 4-hour, it's the breakout of the consolidation. It's the continuation of the move. So like, I mean, do you trim on a day like today? Yes, you trim, but you don't have any reason to get out. The trade's working.
Yeah, exactly.
Let it work.
You don't have any reason to put on a new trade here.
I wish I held onto my
If
runner on
it did
gold.
something like this, you could put on a new trade. If like on the daily, excuse me, the whole chart just froze. On the daily, if you push up again and then come back and hold this like the next couple days, then maybe you could call this a back test like that for a new trade. But this is, I don't like new trades when you're pretty far away from everything.
Yeah, best to enter.
There's 1 minute remaining in the final period. 1 minute remaining.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Dude, they
voice
are going to
changer,
pin
bro.
it. Oh, God. Why didn't I do it? I should have known.
Ooh, they're pushing it.
They're going to juice it up to 05 probably. I had it at 05 version. I'm like, I don't know. Then the headline, I was like, I'm all right, I'm out. Bailed.
Oh, nice trade, Tyler. 250% on Netflix calls. I like it. And I like the runners. I like the trade management. I like everything that you just said. Everything about that. I like it.
Pin it.
Pin it.
Pick it right there.
Okay.
Come on, Netflix. Let's go. I got about 1,000 shares.
Nice.
And they will go up with the options if they get more in the money.
I got a couple $70 leaps.
So do I. I got, what do I have? I got a bunch of stuff going on in there. I got the June. So I got June calls, 75s. I got the December 80 110 call spread. And then I'm short 65 puts in September in the 60s. Those I got to roll probably.
Nice.
Yeah, Netflix. with Bill Ackman as a little catalyst on that one. Ooh, what earnings just came out? Who was reporting today? I forgot. Oh, AMAT.
Oh,
Applied Materials.
AMAT getting the mat pulled out from under it. I'm here all night.
Applied Materials. Oops. I'm like QQQ, just right in between. Today they sniped up that dip pretty quick.
Yeah, I caught that dip. I still took a little bit, even with buying that dip. I was out and I bought the dip and I made 40 points, but I took a little tag on the day. But I started late. That's all right. Not bad. I thought they'd rally into the close a little bit. You know, I waited for the pullback. I bought it at the I bought them at the 15-minute. I bought them at the 21 actually on the 15. And then I scaled into it further, and then I caught it at a small loss, and then I caught that little dip. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, Frankie. Yeah, we've got our man Mark from Pearsync coming on.
Oh, stick around. I'll
Get
listen.
him. He's backstage. Let me get this to load. Restream said no Australians today. I just overrode it. There he is. What's up, Mark?
Good morning. How'd you guys go last
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
It's upside down, isn't it?
Pretty good day today.
Yeah.
With market kind of breaking out, new all-time highs. Can't be upset about that.
It is a cork, isn't it?
How's are you just, do you wake up and ever check it? Like, because I know it's like middle of the night for you. Do you ever check things like, or do you wake up like when the market's about to close? You like go to, like, you watch the open, go to sleep, and then wake up for like the close?
My plan is to do the open. There's not much I can do during the session, and not much I'm meant to do during the session, and I try and keep my hands off it until the next day. So the plan is to lay to bed and sleep through the close, but usually, you know, my body, something wakes me up to watch the close most days, so it's super annoying. So usually means you need to grab a little bit more sleep during the day. But yeah, I did the first hour or two, which is okay this time of year. Until daylight savings hits, it's a little bit tough because it's an 11:30 open at the moment. But that pushes out to 12:30.
So is it 12:30 the rest of the year?
Yeah.
See, like daylight savings time is worse for me because in Mexico we don't change our clocks either. The market opens for me at 7:30 in the morning right now, which means I have to get up and be ready to go by then. The rest of the year it's 8:30, which is, it doesn't sound like a lot, but that 1 hour extra in the morning just makes a big difference for me.
It can hurt.
I wish they'd abolish, just get rid of it forever.
Depends when you want to do your homework too.
Yeah, I know. I always like try to split it. Like, you know, at the end of the day, I go through and kind of look at some stuff, and then before bed, I kind of take a look at news or whatever's going on, and then in the morning, I wake up and I'm like, some days I'm able to like do a little bit more prep, and some days it's like, well, market's open, I'll just start doing it now. But I don't do a whole lot of trading right at the open either way.
Right.
So a lot of times I use that kind of first half hour just to get acclimated with what happened in the morning, what happened overnight.
Yeah.
And set up kind of what the day's looking like.
Yeah. It's a bit annoying for me too, because there's particularly down in the smaller stuff, it's a bit messy and wide sometimes in getting set. So it's best to be a little bit patient in setting these pairs up, because it's not so much about hitting the market straight off the bell. It's more about you've got to execute both legs at the same time, but you don't want to be getting fills while the market's still getting set and a little bit wide on one stock or the other, which happens. We're covering down to 1,500 or so in terms of the top market cap. So it can be a little bit thin in some of them. But yeah.
So before we really kick into it, I already have a question here, and I actually am curious. Can you ask PairSync about a pair? Can you say, hey, rate this, score this for me?
Yeah. I'm going to put that into it. At the moment, you can search for it on the discovery page. So if you're in the terminal, you go to the discovery page and look up the pair by market, whether it's in which country, like go to the US, obviously. Search through the either all sector list or drill down into sectors and industries. You can filter that down, and you can either scroll through and have a look for it or search for it by name. If it's not there, there's two categories of pairs that you'll see. One is any pair that we've ever discovered, and if it's not shaded brightly, if it's sort of recessed in its brightness, it will mean that it's not eligible at the moment. So what we're doing is saying, look, there's a series of gates that we want the pair to pass through before we track a signal. If it doesn't jump through those gates, we don't want to track it, because it means that some part of it hasn't solved properly, like it hasn't either shown that it's been reverting, or it's shown patterns in the past where it's broken mean reversion, or the solver hasn't been able to find a way to trade it in the past that's had a positive sharp. I think we've got a sharp cutoff of about 1. So we're not going to show you a pair that if it triggers a signal, we don't want to track it and say, look, follow this pair, if the best we've done in the past is generate a negative 0.4 sharp, because it's probably just going to be a way for you to get hurt. And we're trying to reduce the noise in the signals that we're showing people, because pairs is one of those things where you're not going to be short of ideas if you go looking for them. You've got millions of potential pairs. It's about filtering out the noise and getting the best signals you can. So on a daily basis, in the US, there's about 1,000 pairs that we're going to be tracking that are, well, not all of them being tracked, but there's going to be about 1,000 pairs that are eligible and scored. And of those, there'll be a couple of hundred that will be in a position that we're tracking.
Yeah, because 1HP here, it's an interesting thought, and I know where he's coming from, because he's thinking, like, what if you took SMH, which is like the semis as a whole, and DRAM, which is your, the memory side of things only, which one is in the other, but it's a very interesting concept. And then he even said down here, maybe like Intel versus MU. So like, is there a way that you could, and if you want to share your screen or whatever, feel free to throw it up there. But yeah, I would love to kick off with that, kind of just finding pairs. And I mean, the criteria stuff's great, and obviously building the watch list, but if there was a way to like kind of search for one.
I've got a very laggy computer at the moment, I think. Oh, share that. Oh no. I've lost you.
Oh no.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Something's amiss.
We can hear you. I can hear him.
I'm trying to share.
Yeah, okay.
It's just frozen.
The market just closed. The PairSync is just running hard right now. That's the problem. He's got that local host. There it is.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay. So I think what you're looking at might be, I'll just jump out of this. I've got this set up for US stocks at the moment, but
So it's kind of a two-part question. Like, can you search for like individual pairs or anything? Or if you have a thesis already and you wanted to find a pair within your thesis, is there a way to go search for, hey, let me find, something with semis or memory paired against each other, two that are
Yeah.
maybe in that category? I mean, I guess you could just go search for one of the tickers that you're aware of, but I would love to see like a little walkthrough of maybe if somebody had their own, like 1HP here, kind of have his own macro thesis that he wants to go in and see if there's a pair trade around.
Well, I'm glad you asked because I actually have something that might. Everything's running very slowly. Sorry about that. It's not. It. Okay, let's jump in that. So what we have here is, I might just jump out of all these. These are just watch lists I've created previously, but what might be of interest to that sort of concept is looking at the ETFs.
It's funny. It's going to be one of my follow-up questions is like the ETF side of things, being able to find pairs with those.
Yeah, they look, they perform okay. They're just slower and a lot less volatile. So the strategy, it depends on what your threshold for six and violence when it comes to the return series is. And if you're a more active trader, I think my guess would be that the ETFs would be a little bit boring, but they do pair up okay. And some of the pairs that are coming out of it are, when you see them, they make sense and it's intuitive and it's like, okay, I can see what's going on there. And it's almost like a research process where it's highlighting what's been left behind in terms of sectors or thematics, because there's, like you guys know, there's almost more ETFs than there are stocks. It's crazy. I think there's about 5,500 shortable ETFs in the US at the moment. So
that number grows every day.
Yeah. So we've got a ETF universe that is part of the daily factory process. It runs after the US stocks. So you can build a US ETF leaders here. You can't search for, you can search for them, but let me just build this out. So that's creating the top 250 pairs by, the statistical relationships for ETFs. And you can have a look through these and just see, like what's actually being tracked as a position at the moment. This will do a little bit of work. Stream must be using up some bandwidth or something. Okay, actually, no, there might not be anything tracked at the moment. So in that one, there's nothing being tracked. Or here I could go to strategy, and these would be the are they for? So I've just loaded that so that they're the top 250. So this should come through the strategy page in a second, but they look like stocks. Yeah, so that's resetting there now. Right, so you can see this would be, well, this is showing what's being tracked out of like out in the wild in terms of signals. That would be the top.
I like that, out of the wild.
Yeah. So that one is uranium and utilities.
Utilities, XLU.
Yeah, so that's actually already a late stage signal. It's already made quite a bit of money. If you had tracked it from where it fired, which is probably somewhere back around there. So you could go through this list and flip it around and have a look at what's not done well so far and look through the pairs of ETFs there. But to your question of how do I actually look them up? Well, we could try one out. So going to the discovery page, going to ETFs, there's no sectors as such. This will just load all the ETFs, so it might be a little bit heavy. But yeah, you could just put in here. I don't think we can put in like a sector name. We would need to put in a code of the ETF that you're interested in. And
so you could do like the semis, like for example, like SMH or SOXX, or depending which one kind of.
yeah,
It's interesting because there's so many ETFs, like you were saying earlier. Like sometimes there's multiple ones for kind of the same thing, so you
all
kind of
the
want
same. Yeah,
everyone
so
has more AUM to it, or maybe
yeah,
some type of better score.
I know SOX is in there somewhere. It isn't pairing with anything at the moment, but I should have a master list available so you can see a drop down of which ETF we're using to represent each sector, industry, or thematic, because there's a large number. I think. I mean, if you look at this here, there's getting up well over towards 500 pairs being tracked at the moment. So yeah, look, it's a little bit clunky in terms of like searching through, but you can construct your own watch list from that. But look, I guess the answer to your question is you can, yes, but with difficulty at the moment in terms of the ETF side. And I haven't thrown the ETFs in against single stocks at the moment because it would probably create too many pairs. I was thinking we've got enough to work with just stock versus stock. But yeah, look, this is how the ETFs look, and these are sort of the kind of returns you're looking at. It's a lot less, if you look at the closed out of sample stuff, the win rate's actually higher, or actually I'll add a few more to that. The win rate's actually not higher, but win-loss is still, your risk reward is still positive, not as good as stocks. And that's just on this basket if you'd been tracking it. So, that's not...
Do you track that right there very much? Like, because I mean, as a futures trader, one thing I track on my own stats is win rate, but also the risk reward, because they're both very important data points. Do you track those two things, and do you put more importance on one over the other?
Yeah, look, it's these are there's a little bit of look ahead bias in looking at this sort of strategy page here, in that this is looking at how the current top scoring pairs in the ETF universe have performed out of sample. Do you follow what I'm saying there? So they're real world results of those pairs if you did track them, but we're only seeing the best scoring pairs right now. So that's a very confusing way of saying, look, you're sort of looking at how the best performing football team would have gone if you'd have picked that team at the start of the season.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And let them play the games that they were going to play.
Right.
So as each signal comes through, you still have a risk that it's not going to perform as well as what it's done as shown here. But this is still a pretty good indication of how the system solves and sets the trading parameters for those pairs, because it's going to be better at trading certain pairs than others. And in ETFs, by their nature, because they're not really sector matched or industry matched, they're not as economically related as single stocks. Their relationship, I think their relationship is generally noisier. So if you look at the performance of this, I mean, it's not particularly that's not particularly good. I wouldn't. I look at the ETF basket just to get thematic ideas and just as a sort of fundamental research tool. This sort of makes sense to an extent in that these top scoring pairs currently have performed well recently and haven't done as well in the past when they might not have been as statistically related. So, yeah, look, ETFs are. I think of them as research only. I prefer to stick to single stocks.
Just a reminder, I'm looking over here because I have this blown up on the screen, so I can see the screen a little bit better. My restream window is just so small. It's bigger for me to see it over here when it's up there. So just a reminder, if anybody's looking at me and saying, "Oh, you're not even looking at him," it's because I'm looking at his screen blown up bigger on my other monitor over here. Profast has a pretty good question here. I think you've partially answered it a little bit, but do you include synthetic assets, ETFs, or index futures as one of the legs on any of them, or do you stick strictly to stock versus stock pairs, or I guess ETF pairs, or what? I guess maybe just kind of give an overcompassing. What are the majority of the pairs, and are there anything else outside of kind of stock to stock?
Right. Okay. So at the moment we've got US stocks. There's a small European basket. They perform okay. Got some Indian coverage there because there is a huge quant community in India, and Australia actually pairs well. But the Australian pairs aren't very popular with Australian traders because it tends to match things that Australian investors don't like matching up. Like it'll look at the materials basket and it'll match lithium producers with gold producers and things like that. And that's like a bit of a sacrilege back here in terms of, well, you can't be long a lithium stock and short a gold stock because, they'll blow out. And obviously, you do get blowouts in pairs like that. But it actually tends to find some cycles that work really well in the Australian pool. But the US basket is looks like this. There's the 1,500 stocks. We're reducing that down to there's 1,100 scored and eligible today. Now they're all fully paid ordinary or common stock, US listed. There's 100 ADRs involved in that list as well, which are obviously not US registered companies.
I think are you reading my mind? Because I was going to ask that as well. I was like, so do ADRs like the Chinese stocks that are listed in the US, or do those come up in here as well? And I've figured that they did, just if it was listed on the exchange. But I was going to ask that question. You kind of read my mind again.
There's about 100 I've thrown in there because there's a couple of, like, I think MBIS is Dutch registered. The couple of big energy stocks, I think Total, and there's about 100 of them, and they'll turn up in the mega cap list more than any because they're usually they're only the very, very large market cap stocks. So if I'm looking at by market cap, the mega cap list would have I can't see any of them off the bat there. I think SU is one. But yeah, look, to answer your question, no, I'm not using any synthetics. No futures or and the ETFs are kept separate at this stage. But we have created, we have changed, the crypto coverage is now, I guess you'd call it tradable, because previously we were showing just US dollar coins, which were not shortable. These are being priced, or the factory is using inputs from Hyperliquid. I know this is showing it's showing a TradingView live price for each perpetual, but they'll generally be very close to where the Hyperliquid is I'll end up going back to the Hyperliquid code and actually showing their live prices here as well. But there'll be this is interesting because they're pairing up extremely well and they score extremely well too, and they're tradable down to micro size. What I haven't done is built in the funding rates at the moment. So there'll be, obviously people that are familiar with this will probably know it better than me. The funding rates vary intraday and wildly depending on supply and demand of these coins or the perpetual, which can change the break even. And obviously, the payoff or the returns of some of these optimized trades wouldn't be anywhere near what they're showing here because of those funding rates. You might have had a drag from being short or long one of the legs. So that'll be interesting to watch. That's only been fired up for the last 2 days. But that's the coverage of this is the Hyperliquid USDC perpetuals for crypto.
All right, I want to ask one more thing, and then I'll bring Jordan and Will in if they have anything to look at. I want to just maybe a trade example, maybe the most recent one that you've seen pop up, maybe one of the best signals of the last week or two. Can you just maybe walk us through what a trade looks like? The signal coming in, the kind of the execution side of things, putting it on. And you don't have to obviously show the execution or anything on the screen. What I'm saying was like just for the user that's out there that's learning this, what's a great example of a recent trade that you liked, maybe that you took, and just kind of, hey, this popped up this day, this is how I read through it, and then I went and put the trade on accordingly.
Well, I've had a mixed bag this week. I reckon I would say I'm break even this week because I just traded through the reporting season and copped a couple on the chin. I think I posted about one last night. It's literally a random walk in terms of whether you're going to win or lose some of these. If you're trading straight through and neither leg has reported, it's really that question: has the market built in enough expectation, or vice versa? And there's, I think, what was one I put up? Maybe I didn't post it, but it might not be on this list. And my closed trades would come up. So when my sort of daily process with this is I'm going to the watch list after the factory computes. My general process will be I'll hit the continuously curated, I'll load US leaders, load full country, and that'll refresh my top 250. Whatever I've actually put on out of the new signals up here, like what I would have done what I did do this morning is I took ASB MCY. I think I did take that, but I haven't clicked follow on it for some reason. So once I click following on whatever trade, because I've already closed them out, is on my following page. After the factory runs today, there'll be a basket here of signals that have closed out that I'm following that aren't in the watch list, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, I can't see them here, and I've closed down my IB page, so you can't see. I had, just to be honest about it, I had 2 losers and 1 winner last night, and I think net the basket was a loser. So that's how I'd find my trades for the day. I'd be closing out trades from the following page. The best way to show you stuff that has I got a signal log closed here. So this is interesting because this closed out back on the 11th, and I did have this one. JBM, because it was scoring quite well. So it scored 0.83 and it opened on the 29th. It closed on the 11th. So yeah, I did trade this through. This is actually reopened as a new signal. But if you look at this pair, it's entered. So that's what it looks like now. It's saying to go long again now, but I had previously put this on and it had continued going wider and stopped out. Now it's saying the signal is firing again. It's trying to learn a new way to trade it. So it's fired a new track signal. But I previously, you can see this. It's a little bit of a messy pair because for starters, when you look at this, it's solving at, it's entering at 1.2 sigma, which straight off the bat sort of says it's not a stable relationship. You're long 10,000 versus short 2,500. So it's one of those pairs where the legs have got quite different volatility profiles. But I had traded it. I remember closing it out earlier. So that is an example of a bad pair where I've just taken a signal that had scored well. I'm not really sure why it's scoring so well because it doesn't look that good a pair, to be honest. But if you want to get under the hood and have a look at, I guess, why it is scoring well, I mean, it's strange because the ADF is weak. It's not a particularly short half-life, but the Hurst is good. So if anything, it's kind of an extreme divergence that's giving you an opportunity. But yeah, look, I'd taken the signal. I probably shouldn't have, and I closed out. I probably realized I'm actually physically putting these trades on the day after the signal fires. So the P&L is always different. And look, from memory, my P&L was pretty similar to that. And that's unfortunately because I closed out my followed trades, it's not showing any of the other trades that I've taken here. But here's a bad one, which I think I'll show you the ugly ones. I think CoreWeave Verizon. I'm not sure I had that. I can't see. I don't have a tracker or a database of the actual trades that I've followed, which we could build in. But yeah, look, I'm trying to show you the ugliest ones possible. But unfortunately, the process would be easy to show you if it was before the open, when I'm still going through the following trades.
I'm going to butt in real fast here. A lot of the terminology that Mark's using, if it sounds a little foreign to you, you can go to the Learn section, pair-sync.com. There's a thing that says Learn. There's all kinds of stuff, including an entire glossary, advanced topics, getting started. There's all kinds of nice articles in here. There's a big help section as well. So just in case some of the terminology that you're hearing, you're like not super familiar with, or it's been a while since you took college statistics back in the day, all of that stuff is defined in a great resource guide for you. So I just want to jump in and say that before I bring Jordan or Will in the conversation.
The platform too, like next to every word, like there's a little icon that it'll tell you exactly what everything means, which is super nice. But yeah, good to see you, Mark. Been a minute.
Hey, Jordan.
I'm curious, are there ever any times where like it's just not like there aren't any pairs in the market? There aren't any good pairs? Because I know you guys are picking the top 250 out of like a bigger list. Is there ever a time where like, hey, like there's not 250 pairs showing up? Or is there always gonna be that certain amount of pairs that will meet your guys' criteria?
There's two different things there. There's one is, look, you're always going to find enough pairs that will be co-integrating and showing a relationship.
Especially because like it's not like one goes away after one day, right? Like they can stay a pair for a while, right?
Yeah.
So that would make sense. But I'm just curious, like, you know what I mean? Because for me, like even with our trading, like there's times where there might be like a lot more trades than not, you know? And so I'm always curious if it's a similar thing with all the math going on here.
It's the signal count, Jordy, that I think is more interesting. Like at the moment, this doesn't vary. wildly. I think that okay, it's the signal count and the quality of the signals. Like I think you might remember there was a day, I think it was a week or two ago, there was 12 one day, there was 15 the next, in terms of new signals firing out of that 250 basket. The last 2 or 3 days, we've only had about 3 out of that 250. So you'll always find that co-integrated count varies between, that's a little bit lower at the moment, 1,800 out of 1.2 down to 1.2 million down to 600,000. There's 1,835 co-integrating at the moment. I've seen that as about just under 2,000. So that means things are less stable in terms of how they're moving together. The signal count, that's also been a little bit higher. And generally, I think to answer your question is, the enemy of this strategy is a stable, low volatility grinding market is the worst possible condition, which unfortunately we're heading into right now. When you see the VIX crunching down to the 12s and stuff like that, and you just go into that low volatility summer grind and maybe even higher, not really good for us. We want disjointed, dislocated, volatile, high VIX is
Makes sense.
better set of conditions for us.
And that's when, I guess to my point more, it's like, that's when you'll see, more signals.
Yeah.
But overall, it's not about there's always going to be pairs to trade. It's more about what signals are actually being fired. Right.
Always going to have pairs to trade. And what I'm trying to do here is reduce the number of signals that you're looking at. And even out of those signals, don't take them all. Obviously, I mean, we're trying to get a system where the score is giving you an indication of whether the signal is going to be good or not. But obviously, as any back test or real life situation, the back test is always going to be better than reality. So it's still about what you're saying no to. And you know this, right? It's about sitting out of the market and waiting for the real layups. So, if you look at this, a great way to see that is in the signal log. You can look back through what has closed out of this basket of pairs that we're currently looking at. And if you sorted by score, there's some, unfortunately, I don't know how to make the score any better, but some of the really low scoring pairs have performed well at the time. So they wouldn't have shown up in the top 250 at that time, right? Because they were scoring down the 0.5s.
Okay.
So, at the moment, the couple of them have closed out recently. And, even this one, 0.83, obviously, we just looked at that. The score is not actually picking up that this is not a great pair. But that's drifting away from your question about when are the signals best. I think this is a great tool to look at after you see the market really, honestly, after it's really shit itself or had a big sector rotation, things like that. When
that's when we see that volatility is so unbelievably high too, right? And that's when you guys are going to be getting the rebalances and the swings that you want to see.
Yeah.
No, it's good stuff.
August, September. I don't know. When do you guys all get back from holidays, right?
It's the same with my trading. Even I know a lot of the guys up here, like Emp, he's kind of with his strategies, he very much molds with the market as it changes. You know what I mean? And he'll do a lot better in ranges than someone like me. And so these August price action, even it's the same with me, even as a day trader, and not even trading many pairs or anything. It's the same thing. It's slow. It's summer grind up, right? A lot of the setups I'm taking are going to be a lot more losers rather than winners. So I'm just risk management mode at the moment.
I think for a lot of people that aren't, pairsing could be a good thing to keep on the radar and keep in your mind when you see the market really start to have an issue with whatever news or, when you see the volatility really pick up. Have a look at it, open it up, check the signals on that day, and you'll see something that just screams out. It'll just be the result of something having broken during the day. Like, you know, the Leopold issue was fantastic for pairs because you had dislocations everywhere, right? You had panic selling, closeouts. That's a major driver of great signals. Yeah, on a standard day, the system's still going to pick up signals, but are they from two stocks just generally drifting apart, or are they more from something breaking and someone panicking and something dislocating? That's when a signal's really good. Like you know, if you just have a look at the three new and look, that's a case in point, right? There's only 3 new signals out of that top 250 from last night. So that sort of speaks to what the market's going through at the moment. Super low signal count from 200. So there's 250 potential, you know, we're watching for new signals for 250 pairs, and there's only 3 new ones. That doesn't mean there's only 3 positions. That's the signals identified on the day. And for each one, you know, they're, you know, varying quality. I'm reluctant to show this because I think it's got some ticker confusion, and it does. That is not the right ticker. That's Associated Bancorp. It should be showing a different ticker. But the chart would be right. This is actually linked to the right underlyings. I mean, that's a so okay kind of pair. 2 regionals. Oh, actually, it's not 2 regionals. Mercury General. But actually, it's not too bad a pair. This is, like we saw, it's not a great pair. I can't work out how it's scoring so well, but it is. When it loads. Okay, we're not waiting for you. And this is an energy pair, I think. I put this one on last night. I didn't love the look of it, but I put it on. Sorry about my slow internet, guys.
No, you're good.
Yeah, these are, have to be careful about these because they pay a lot of distributions and a lot of divs, but I checked them and I don't think, I thought that this one would close out probably before the next distribution. And overall, it doesn't look too bad. So, you know, on a day, you're going to find something that looks like it's tradable. But, you know, again, it's all about what you say no to. We're just trying to give you as much information to work out whether it's worth taking or not.
Yep. Makes sense.
Actually, that looks pretty good. 14 days is good.
That's very good. Well, you got any?
Does it score the futures, like futures crosses and stuff? Like, I was just curious on those. Any, like, the whether it's currencies or any of those pairs trades? Have you looked at those?
Yeah, I've looked at them in the past. I haven't thrown them into this system because a little bit like the ETFs, the economic relationship isn't as close, and we're trying not to. Well, my sort of approach is you're trying to not trade the information. You're trying to trade the returns or the prices.
Sure.
When you start looking at currency, and this is part of the global confusion about pairs, you know, because everyone talks about currency pairs. They're pairs because obviously you got to pay for one currency with another. They're not pairs in the sense that we're statistically pairing.
Yeah. I mean, the
Yeah.
currency. I know what you mean. Yes, currency pairs themselves, the crosses themselves, is what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's right. So, no, I haven't. Is the short answer to that? My preference, or my sort of, I guess, advice would be if you're looking to do something like that, I think crypto would be the best place to step. If you're going to step out of single stocks, it would be best to go towards crypto. But in that crypto space, we're also getting our head around building in how the funding's going to affect the pairs. because the funding's easy on the single stocks, because most stocks have got a very similar stock borrow regime, and you've just got to dance around the dividends and distributions. With crypto, some platforms are changing their perpetual funding on the hour, 4 hours or 8 hours. It's a little bit trickier to model, and we'll build that in over time.
Got it.
Gosh, I sound nerdy when I talk about this.
It's very interesting.
Don't worry, I feel the same way when I'm doing my blabbering about my ICT trading. Everybody is the same way around that. So don't worry.
Your stuff's way more fun than mine. Look, we're just trying to find stuff that's gone up too much to sell and down a little bit more against its partner and create a pair that's not going to break. That's all we're trying to do. Everything else
I like
is
it. It's nice because it gives another lane. Like there's lots of people that watch us throughout the day that aren't necessarily trading. They're just like listening to us throughout work or doing their own thing, and they might not even trade like us. They might take things a lot slower, and this can be something for them, right? Or I say, like, most people that are day trading, right? You're focused on day trading. This can be something you can try out in the background, right? Because again, your average position is like what, 20, 30 days, right? So if not longer. And so that's where it's not a lot of micromanaging you have to do in these positions, right? It's something you can kind of do on the side. So
there's another way.
Cool. It doesn't take your focus away from what we're doing already, you know?
Also, if you're, if the market does, eventually it will get a little bit more volatile again. And another way to think of this is, look, if it's just, if you think back to those crazy days when you get like, down 2 or 3%, then it's ranging back up through the open, and then you're getting those huge travel days in terms of like the market range. Pairs can be a nice way to even be day trading. I mean, if you're looking at something like one of the ones I'm just interested to watch at the moment, I'm not actually in it, is Amazon, eBay, something like that. You might have this on your watch list and be thinking of it as the way that you're going to be trading during the day. So instead of actually trading Amazon outright or eBay outright, you might actually just look at different moments of the day to put the trade on. I mean, I didn't put this on because I'm using Amazon in a pair against NVDA at the moment, but this signal fired a little while ago, and it had a good night last night. But you might be having that on your watch list, and you just copy the Pine script there, or better still, and I won't do it here, but there's a button up here to export the entire watch list to TradingView. So instead of looking at Amazon and eBay as individual stocks, you could be watching that spread intraday. And look, I'd load it up on my TradingView and show you, but I fear that it will definitely crash this computer with.
No, you're good. The restream kind of takes a lot of power.
Yeah.
That's
so
all
yeah,
good.
Blackwell.
That's a frozen daily spread ratio. But if you're watching the exported ratio of Amazon, eBay, that might give you a really good insight into how to actually trade that during the day. And some of these pairs, particularly ones like this, that's a big spread that you've been able to trade through or with during the session. I'm not sure what the actual moves were. I can't see it without crashing everything. But yeah, it's kind of like, I think of it as putting up the storm sails a little bit. Instead of having a big spinnaker in a wild market, you might just be trading pairs during the session instead of individual legs outright. And this would tell you which side to come at it from. So instead of like, you wouldn't get long Amazon versus short eBay during the session, you might just be looking at better entry points for the short Amazon versus eBay if you were following the signal.
Some good stuff. Chat got any more questions? MP got any other thoughts?
All good on my end over here. I snuck mine into the front today.
Yeah, I know. Sorry I wasn't on at the beginning. I was dealing with little coconut over here. This little doggo here. Yeah.
Dog sitting because he's dog sitting.
I'm dog sitting at the moment, you know. Taking
Gateway
care of the
animal. It's a gateway animal.
Yeah,
Your way
yeah,
to-
right. Oh, no, but some good stuff. And for the audience, I know Mark probably ran through it. I wasn't on yet, but Mark probably ran through it a bit. But for those that want like a quick video that breaks it down for you on the Wolf Trading timeline, it's going to be far down the timeline, so you might just want to do the advanced search and search pair sync. But I have a video like teaching you super quick. It's like 30 seconds how to find the best pairs for you, how to like set up the US leaders and get your watch list all set up so you know which pairs are the best and how to have them all up to date and everything. So go watch that video as well. Super quick and easy. And shout out Mark. Shout out
I'll pin it up as well.
Yeah. Perfect. Good stuff.
No worries. All right, guys.
Cool.
All right, crew. Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up. Mark, pleasure.
Cheers.
Always good having you. Always good chatting.
Thanks, guys. Glad you
It's
made it home for me.
Code Wolf works on PairSync, right? Code Wolf is working.
Code Wolf is good. Yep. I'll get you
Awesome.
free money.
We all know. Use that. Try it out. And go from there. But it's been a day. I took the loss, Imp, little lossy. And we're gonna move on and see what we got tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's right. Freaky Friday.
It's
All right, guys.
have a
All
good
right,
one.
take
Peace
See you
out,
guys.
Mark. Oh, great day, crew.
Kelsey, basically took 2 big trades today. 2 big wins.
Good job, bro. I saw his executions. Nice. Nice.
Show your execution.
Yeah.
Bro saw my video of like bro was like, you don't show executions, you're not
But honestly, if you but if you look at that oil one, that's
Should've
part
just
of why I
added-
don't show executions.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude, no,
DGen oil trade. But you know what? It worked out.
those were sick executions. Those look sexy. I like it.
It was a sexy trade. Both trades today were so sexy.
Any more Brandy Melville shirts tonight? You know, I'm gonna go on Brandy Melville website right now and find some. Now that you said it, shit. Might as well.
Who's Brandy Melville? Oh, that girl shirt you were wearing? Hey, it is what it is. You do you, bud. I don't...
Signing off. Dude, I'm
Shut
just
her
wild.
down.
Just like out the box, you know. Shutting her down. We love y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll try and start it at 9 a.m., but like no promises. Since I won't be at my station, and I'll probably be going to bed pretty late, so I'll try. But maybe expect 9:30 start of the stream. We'll see y'all then.
Peace.